is up? What is up? What is up? Yes. Yes, please. Okay. Borderless window. I like that. VSync. Sure. I'll bring my FPS up, which I would like. Normally I wouldn't VSync a game, but it is also the life and suffering of Sir Brante in times of the fall of the blessed Archnean Empire. Alright. Bet. The life and suffering of Sir Brante. Or Sir Brant. I'm not sure. I think it's Sir Brante, though. I have been wanting to play this for a minute. I saw it and it looked really interesting. I am not being paid or sponsored, by the way. It is literally something I am checking out of my own volition. Not being paid, not being sponsored, just checking out this game of my own volition. Really excited for it, actually. Oh. Sir Edmonton Brante. Sir Edmonton Brante. Chapter restarts. Enabled. Consequences open. You will see the consequences of your possible choices in advance. This is the recommended game mode, as you'll be able to direct the character's fate in the way you want. Okay. You hold the fate of a single man in your hands. You will follow his life from birth until death. Your choices shall define who Sir Brante will grow up to be. You will decide his personality, his social status, and what mark he'll leave on history. With every step he takes at your behest, Sir Brante's character will change and evolve, and your decisions will close some doors for him, but open many others. The world of Sir Brante's birth is a ruthless realm, where people are divided into estates. It is hard to be a hero here. Be ready to accept that Sir Brante cannot overcome every challenge in his path. Every hard choice will test his character and his personal qualities. Often you will not be able to make the choice that you would like to. It may happen because you chose a different road earlier, or exhausted your hero's willpower, or earned the right position in society. Haven't earned the right position in society. Every victory will be a struggle, a path paved with bitter losses and gut-wrenching failures. Accept the tragedy. This is how you will create a gripping and unique tale for your hero. What will become of your Sir Brante, his loved ones, and his world? It all depends on you.
The story of my life remains written on these pages, but my fate has always been my own. Every deed, every choice, every person I met made me what I am.
This is very loud.
Could I have taken a different path? Could I have found a different calling? Altered the very course of history? And what price would I have to pay?
First, apparently, my ears. There we go. That's better. Okay. Your fingers stand with ink. Your breathing grows ragged. Your breathing. Your breathing grows ragged. Your hands are shaking, yet the words begin appearing on the page before you, one by one, cling together to form a chronicle of your life. Who are you? How did you reach the sun? Born, raised, and lived your entire life in the blessed Archnean Empire. In this land, a man's destiny is predetermined from the moment of his birth. Whether human or Archnean, nobleman, priest, or low-born commoner, all bend to the divine will of the twin gods, and each life is naught but a single cog in the universe's immeasurable machine. Oh, there's little buttons over here and here. Okay. The memories come flooding back. They engulf you as a merciless wave, binding together days that are thrice dead and gone. The dreams of your childhood, your adolescence, your youth spent in the capital. Years of peace teeming with life in a war drenched in blood. High ranks and lowly deeds, opulent palaces, secretive city backstreets, fields of battle and false faces. So many faces of the people you held dear, the people who walked this road by your side. Such was your life, now all exposed by ink erupting onto the page. With your every step you sought to change the world as you saw fit. The choices of your upbringing, the path that you carved in your youth, the fruits of your struggle, the consequences of your sacrifice, all of it led you here to the end of your time. And every choice had a price. Now years and years later, the crossroads of your life echo in your memory, the pain and joy inextricably intermingled. You've taken a different path, chosen a different calling, and found a different place in the world. You had the power to alter the very course of history. Now on the verge of death, you struggle with doubt, seeking answers to the last and most crucial question of all, your life. Of all the paths in life, why did you walk this one? Did you choose your own fate, or was your life shaped by forces beyond your control? What determines a man's destiny? Yes, I believe that's true. But I also believe this to be true. There's a chance it isn't governed by any laws whatsoever. I would believe this more technically. You stand tall and stare death in the face unflinching. There was no higher power guiding your life. It was just a wild jig, a chaotic tangle of innumerable human wills, actions, and accidents. The only thing that could ever turn this chaos into an orderly narrative is the eternal human drive for storytelling. Your life had no great meaning. You were neither cursed by fate nor guided by providence. And this is what made you truly free. God, are you talking about my life right now? Jesus fuck. But are you right about this? Is it all true? To learn the truth, you will have to return to the very beginning, remembering every step you took along the way. These pages is the story of a man named Edmonton Brante, who lived once more. Childhood, adolescence, youth, peacetime, and the revolt. The revolt. Shit. The hell happened? Why does there have to be a revolt? Like, can we prevent the revolt? Childhood, where life often begins. First words, first unsteady steps. Unless you're Benjamin Button, you are but a small child learning about the world in which you were born. To you, everything is so new, baffling, and unforgiving. A long, trying life stretches before you, so many feats and faults, so many fateful choices to come. Yet you are already sowing the seeds of your future self. You are learning to live and survive in this world, looking for a place within it to call your own. Choosing your future destiny. Thank you, Pill Timer. Already did it. Oy vey. Alright, now where was I? Who will you grow up to be? Yes, I already took my medications that my doctor makes me take. Thank you. It has been done. In chapters childhood, adolescence, and youth, you will live through your hero's coming of age. You will shape the protagonist's personality, his qualities, and relationships. By the end of prologue, you will you will determine the estate and future occupation of your hero. Only in adulthood will he start to influence the world around him and even the ultimate fate of the Empire. Who will Edmonton Brante grow up to be? It is your call. All right, we've reiterated that like 4 times. Can we like maybe do it now? All right. Events in the personal life of the hero that can happen in this chapter. The fencing lesson. Beyond. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Could you imagine dying as a child and coming back to life? Holy shit. Oh my God. Fuck. I can't imagine that. That would really fuck with you. wife just informed me she put up 2 pallets of stock by herself. Let's go, strong girl. You experience an insight when your mother tells you about the ways of the world and lots of its inhabitants. Bonus to perception, playing with the ants. Kiss the sword. You challenge the sacred order and attempt to seize a noble lot. I kind of like the sound of that. Kiss the sword, have less willpower than 0. Oh, greater willpower than 0. Okay. I like the fencing lesson. Train with your father, like your father, even though you have no right to it by birth. What do you mean, even though you have no right to it by birth? Okay. It says, kiss the sword and have more than 1 willpower. I don't have a lot of willpower. That's me. So how many points do I have to spend? Oh, you start at 0 with everything. To other people in the world around you, your ability to comprehend and learn, it affects your frame of mind and the skills when you grow up. Willpower. Oh, I have 1 willpower. Okay. 0 to 9, ready for action. 10 to 19, full power. 20 to 30, prepared for anything. 10 to -1, exhausted. -10 to -1, exhausted. Okay. Deaths. Untouched by death. Okay, you can die. True death. Oh, if you die 4 times, it's your true death. Okay. One who dies a true death faces the judgment of the twin gods. Okay. Okay. Come, your destiny awaits. Okay. Personality. Okay. Edmonton Brante. Growing up lowborn, 0 years, no deaths. Am I gonna get ran through with a sword if I fuck this up or something? House Brante has tarnished honor, moderate wealth, and pretty beloved as far as peace and unity goes. They're pretty peaceful. Heir, Stefan Brante. Is that like my... Oh, it's my brother. Robert Bronte's son from his first marriage and noble by birth. From a young age, he's been striving to be first in all things and demonstrate his superiority to the family. He's the firstborn son. I don't have a right to learn fencing because I'm the second-born son, and fencing is a noble birth. Is a noble birth skill. Okay. Is a noble birth skill, yes. I shouldn't be trained in the means of a weapon. That's what this is. So he was born first. Amelia Elborn. She's first ex-wife. She died. Okay. Status. She had a true death. Stephen's birth mother. She died giving birth to him. She was a noblewoman of the sword and the sister of Augustine Elborn, a powerful family friend. The match between her and your father was your grandfather's doing. Amelia is said to have been a striking woman of forceful personality who was proud of her noble origins. But now he's married to Lydia Brante, a humble commoner from the outskirts of Anazet. Neither her lowly origin nor the fact that your grandfather directly forbade the marriage stopped your father from taking her into his home. She now manages the household and raises his children. Your mother's devoted to her father, to your father, and insists that her children observe their lots. She's a lowborn. And of course, he cares about his status. He's a nobleman of the mantle, and he doesn't care for me because I am of this woman's birth. She died giving birth to Stephen. I'm born of Lydia. A senior judge of the Anazet Prefecture, so he's a judge. He was the first person in the family to get an education and achieve a noble title. His dream is to see his family ennobled by the sword. In short, he's preoccupied by arranging the future of his family line. I see. So he just year 1118. Okay. Right. So where are we? All right. Let's see what happens. To Sir Brante. Make it into the world as a newborn. At first there was nothing. No time. Sensation. Darkness of the void. And then a will. Breathe life and nothingness. Matter and spirit set in motion. History begins its march. It is your turn to the world. Your first memory is lying on your back, blinded by a bright white light. You are not alone. Above you, the tower colossal figures of those who created you. You are a part of them, and they are a part of you. Between you and them is an inexplicable connection, a strong and unbreakable link. They will always watch over you, and guard you, and protect you. It hurts to breathe. You let out the pain in the form of desperate screams. Your creators extend their hands towards you. They are two of the ones who made your form from their own selves and brought you into this world. They are united, yet as they lean closer, you begin to see how different they are, and you can already feel their differences within you, struggling against each other. The first is soft, empathetic, wise, and merciful. The love that emanates from it wraps you head to toe like an invisible blanket, the warmth from it never ending. The second is strong and powerful, commanding and noble. It is harsh but fair, a beacon of guidance, a force of protection, and a merciless punishment for every misdeed. There is a third. It's like a shadow, barely seen behind them. It is pulsing with an unbreakable will to live. It is the very will to live that is now growing ever stronger within you. A soft open palm, a strong closed fist, and a lingering distant shadow. You struggle to loosen the swaddling clothes wrapped around you and extend a tiny hand into the world. Willpower plus 10. I like that. Determination, perception. I like the willpower plus 10. Your first smile appears on your face, awkward yet genuine. Your mother and father exchange looks and start talking. You know no words yet, so all you hear is a sequence of booming sounds, but the stranger behind them has no need for words. The stranger's look is all it takes for you to feel the will to live and act that now burns within you. The shadow brings a finger to its lips as if to say, there, baby, don't cry. Ah, secret. The shadow melts into the light. As the days go by, you learn to tell your parents apart. You recognize father by his heavy breathing and strong cold hands. He visits you rarely. Hello there, little Edmonton Brante. Mother's tender voice, however, follows you day and night. My, you're growing so quickly, little child. There are two more children in the family named Stefan and Gloria. Gloria sings songs to you. She often dresses you in tight clothing and gently holds your hand as you learn to take your first steps. Stefan likes to sweep you up and pinch you and toss you into the air. Oh look, this is your older brother and sister. Yeah, you're my little brother. We're gonna play together, but I'll always be in charge because you were born a commoner. Be quiet, you. He doesn't understand yet. Come on, baby Edmonton. Let's go play in the yard. It's hot outside, and you grip your brother's hand with one hand and your sister's with another as they help you walk down the giant stone stairs. Then you sit on the ground and start exploring the sparse blades of grass with your fingers. It tickles in the sky far above, and away from you is a gigantic pillar. A perfectly straight stick made of light. It's so bright, it hurts to look at it. Why are you staring at that shining pillar? It's not going anywhere, you know. I want to play hide and seek. He's just a baby. Then you hide him and I'll try to find both of you. This is strange, but also exciting. Stephen and Gloria glance at each other, and then your brother walks to a big tree, closes his eyes, and starts shouting something. Gloria takes your hand and walks you through the yard. Sorry, my hair is bothering me. Okay. And some thick bushes and a tall wall. The light from the lights thick on the horizon barely reaches you. You can't see home from this place. The ground is crawling with tiny black bugs. Gloria sits you down on the ground and puts a finger to her mouth for some reason, and then she's gone. You feel colder. The bugs are no fun to play with. You've been sitting here for a long time, completely alone. Nobody checks on you. Did they forget about you? Did they abandon you? Bonus to willpower. Find your way home. Determination. I kind of like the idea of perception. also like the old idea of finding your way home, though. Well, finding my way home. Those gentle hands in the whole world embrace you and pick you up. Mother has found you. Oh, well, that's good. There you are. Just hold them with your arms. All by yourself without any help. She pats you on the head. Your brother and sister stand behind her, clearly feeling guilty. Stefan is staring at his feet. We haven't what? I didn't even move. What? I came 1.5 feet and I didn't move the entire time. So what? My sister wanted to leave me there? I don't understand. Today is out of the ordinary. Father's busy around the house giving orders to the servants. Throughout the day, the kitchen has been abuzz with work, and there are solemn, gloomy preparations and candles being lit. Even your older brother Stefan is quiet today. Mother takes your hand and brings you to your sister Gloria. We honor the day when the twin gods descend to us. We must spend this day in reverence to the gods. You are too young to understand, so just do everything your sister says. And the carpet has been taken away. There is nothing there but bare wooden floor. Today we're not allowed to go to any other rooms. We'll be eating nothing but gruel and stale bread. On the day of the great descent, everyone must be where they belong. Oh, sorry. It is quiet, unusually so. Muffled voices from beyond the door are all you can hear. You are sitting on the cold floor, confused with no idea what to do. Then you hear your sister's voice, a lonely sound in the empty room. It's a little song that Mother taught her. You hold your breath as you listen to it. When the twins came down to earth, they brought lots for every birth. Let us count them. 1, 2, 3. The twins made them for you and me. Nobles rule and bravely fight. They protect us with their might. Priests work hard to understand. Guide us by the twins' commands. Common people work and toil, always patient, never spoiled. Live your lot where you were born. To the day when you pass on, know your lot. Know the prayer for the twins see everywhere. You are transfixed by the tune, and Gloria notices your gaze, and a smile creepily crosses her face. You like the rhyme, don't you, Edmund? Do you know what it's all about? Look, there are 3 lots that were brought to us by the twins when they were descended to us by the shining pillar. Remember that pillar of light on the horizon? That's it. You can see the shining pillar anytime from anywhere in the world. If you follow your lot as you live, you'll reach the peak of the pillar, and if you don't, you'll get eternal torment at the foot. You and I are lowborn. Lana's a commoner too, so the lot for you and me is to suffer and be patient and work hard, understand? The priests and the nobles have other lots. The nobles fight and rule over everybody. The priests, well, I'm not really sure what they do, but I guess they talk to the twins and then teach everybody. Gloria stares at you intently. Do you get it, silly? Then she shakes her head and keeps singing the song over and over again. There starts to glow from the sky. From this light emerge 2 figures you have known ever since the moment of your birth. One of them embraces your sister's shoulder. The other stands guard behind her back. You watch this happening before your very eyes, unable to turn away. Listening to the song, unaware of what is happening, she sings the final verses once more. Know your lot and know the prayer. You feel compelled by this divine sight to express yourself somehow. You feel words condensing within you from the light. What will these words be? Up my perception or up my determination? Okay. You sing the last line together with Gloria. Your sister looks up at you in surprise and gives you a nod. The shining pair standing behind her back turn to look at you. You can feel their gaze piercing you from top to bottom. When the moment passes, they melt into the dim Light coming from the window. Gloria turns her head to look at where you were staring. Did you see something, Edmonton? You shake your head. Not anymore. Yeah, so I'm about 3. It looks like we've got a few years to get my stats up a bit, so... You're starting to understand more and more of what the adults say. Your family is an unusual one. Your father's a nobleman, but not by birth. His is a title earned through great service, but your mother's a low-born woman and a commoner. Because of this, you were born a commoner, but father says you may yet come into nobility. You learn to read at an early age together with mother. You read and learn by heart the many poems about the divine twins and the twin gods who reside upon the shining pillar. Mother calls these poems prayers. Again and again you try to discern the shapes of the gods and the strip of holy light that shines in the sky all day and night, but the light's too blinding to gaze upon. The greatest joy of all is when the stars are no longer an insurmountable obstacle. Now you can climb and even jump from step to step. Father urged you to be more careful and avoid climbing too high, but even though you keep falling, you never stop being curious about the world around you. Your older brother, Stefan, now spends less and less time playing with Gloria and you. Playing with commoners beneath a nobleman to be, he says, so Gloria calls him names and Stefan pulls her pigtails. One fine evening, Father gathers you on the sitting room with an announcement. You will be having another little brother or sister soon. Gloria asks him to bring home a little sister. Another brother would be too much. Stefan gets frustrated. There are too many little siblings getting in his way as it is. Soon you will be an older brother too. It doesn't really matter who the youngest will be, a boy or a girl, you will love them the most. When Father comes back from his trips, he reads his adult books aloud for you. You find those stories of wars, generals, and rebellions enchanting, and Father approves of your fascination. Study hard, and maybe one day you'll become a noble of the mantle and earn your sword. But first, you need to grow up. Growing up, the concept is as terrifying as it is alluring. That's true as fuck. You keep staring at the carpet under your feet. You're both ashamed and proud as it feels odd. A scratch on your hand stings a little. Stephen is standing next to you, sniffling from pain. Your brother, Stefan, your brother was training in the art with a wooden sword. You wanted to play with him, but he ended up getting angry and throwing the sword at you. The stick hit you in the shoulder. You picked it up and hit it with it. You see Mother's shoes walking to and fro on the carpet. You do not want to look up. You would rather not see her angry. She's not as gentle to you these days. Why did you hurt your brother, Stefan Edmonton? You step around, explanation. He hit you first. You just hit him back. How dare he pester me like that? When I grow up, I'm going to hit you with a real sword. Mother shusses you both and speaks to you again. Her voice is stern, yet you can still feel her concern for you. Even if Stefan hits you, you cannot hit him back. You are my son, and I was born a commoner. Our lot is to suffer, but your brother was born of a noble father and a noble mother. His sacrament is coming soon, and then he'll rule over the likes of us. If you hurt a noble, you must be punished. That is your lot, and the sooner you learn it, the better off our entire family will be. But the mother in fear, not sure what to do now. So I have the ability to accept my punishment, but it will cost me willpower. But Stefan will like me more. Fuck Stefan. Deny my guilt and raise my determination. Demand an explanation and raise my perception. I like demanding an explanation there. I would too. Why are you born a commoner if father's a noble? If you have your father's name, why can't you have his lot? And why can't you choose a lot for yourself if you don't like the one you have? Mother, stunned by your questions you are peppering her with. Don't you dare ask me about that. I'll violate my lot if I start explaining it all to you. I'm a commoner, not a priest. You're flogged in front of the entire family. The pain burns in your skin again and again. Tears keep rolling down your cheeks, and it feels like a punishment will never end. It hurts to walk when you are finally let go. You slowly climb the stairs and walk to your room. You see a book on the bed, The Teachings of Isaetas, Volume 2. Your tears right now, you begin to read, slowly making your way through the difficult words. Every death of the body bringeth the soul ever closer to the twin's judgment. When the body dieth a true death, the soul soareth to the shining pillar. The twin gods do judge every soul, and their judgment is stern and unforgiving. He who follows his lot in life from birth shall melt in bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. But is it true though? Who knows? I want to know if it's true. heavier and her features grow rounder. It's difficult for her to walk, but she smiles all the time. One day she takes your hand and puts them on her big belly, and you feel a movement deep inside her. You will have another brother or sister soon. Gloria takes you on walks to the yard now. You explore the yard together under the evening light of the pillar, and she sings you songs and tells you stories. Did you want to hear a rhyme? I wrote it myself. There's even a bit about you, but don't tell anyone. Writing poems and songs is only for nobles. If Mom hears it, I'll be flogged. Remember how you got flogged for hitting Stefan? Our judge is my second father. In the past I had another. Mother says the twins are great, says we should not fight our fate. Brother loves to jump around. Please don't fall down on the ground. See, I wrote a little rhyme. Please don't tell them it is mine. But today your sister's nowhere to be seen. She promised to take you to the old pond and show you the red frogs that live there, but then she vanished. Servants join you in your search. Even Mother leaves her chambers when she hears the commotion. Finally, you find Gloria in the far corner of the garden. She's holding a quill and sheets of paper covered in poetry. Oh no. Mother becomes angry the moment she sees it. She looks throughout the poetry and her face grows dark with rage. Gloria is standing before her, wringing her hands and looking for an opportunity to run, but there is no escape. What is this nonsense, Gloria? We talked about this. You were told to take care of your little brother. Absolutely not allowed to entertain yourself with writing. I can decide that for myself, Mother. No, you cannot. It has already been decided by the gods. And he's not a little boy anymore. He doesn't need a nanny. I need some time alone to think for myself, not hurting anyone. You're a commoner and a future wife. It's time you learned how to properly care for your children. Had your disgraceful former father kept me in his house, you could have been born a noble, but this is not our fate, and you are absolutely forbidden from ever spoiling paper and wasting ink again. Ah, I see. It's considered spoiling paper and wasting ink. I can complain about my sister. Oh, okay. I can make it even worse. That'd be terrible. Offer to write rhymes with her. Raise your perception. Comfort your sister. It'll lower your willpower, but raise Gloria's liking to you and make her grateful. Or you can leave the room, which will raise your willpower as well. I kind of like the idea of this one. I think I'm going to leave the room. I think this is not for me to interfere with. Before the scene reaches a conclusion, you can still hear Mother yelling and Gloria crying behind you as you back out to leave. Back in the playground, you start building a formidable fortress out of wooden blocks to busy yourself. If only you had toy soldiers to storm it. A little later, the playroom door is open. You're not mad at me, are you? No, of course not. Can I stay with you for a while? Yeah. Gloria sits on the floor in the faraway corner of the room. My sister used to do that to me all the time, actually. She used to ask if she could sit down with me for a while I was just doing whatever I was doing. Mother's in her armchair knitting woolen jackets, pants, and socks for the little one. The baby will need to be kept warm, she says. Father spends less time at home now. Mother says he's busy with an important job. He is a judge, after all. One day you decide to ask Mother about Stephen and Gloria and how come they're brother and sister to you, but not siblings to each other. What's up, Diesel? Oh, my dear, I didn't give birth to Stephen. He's the son of another mother, and Gloria's the daughter of another father. Come now, don't knit your brow like that. You'll understand when you're older. How is that even possible? You're all family, are you not?
That's just a stupid...
Several days later.
It's not just a...
That's my Iki! That's my Iki!
Several days later, Mother calls Stephen and Gloria to the sitting room. You sneak in after them. At first, Mother gets angry and asks you to leave, but then she relents. You are told to sit still, be quiet, and remember every word you hear. Okay. When you enter the temple, bow to the twins, first to the elder on the right, and then to the younger on the left. Stephen, you're a nobleman to be, so walk along the side paved with marble where the benches are. Gloria, walk on the sharp side. Okay. Out of the hospital finally. That's good. Yeah. When you're there, you must get down on your knees, each on your own side. Stephen, kiss the sword. Gloria, my daughter, they will strike you with the lash. Don't be afraid of it. Resign yourself to the suffering it brings. It is the blessing of your lot. Ah, okay. So this is my opportunity to kiss the sword. I want this. Okay. There's a tense feeling in your chest as well. You were told to remember this. Will the lash strike you too one day? On the next day, they take your brother and sister to the temple. You run towards them when they finally come back. The back of Gloria's dress is soaked with blood. She's hunched a bit, sobbing quietly. Stephen is putting on airs, acting prouder than ever. Nothing else looks different about them. It's like all the same, and yet everything has changed. Each of them has accepted their lot. Okay. He's gonna hate me because I'm going to fight against my lot for sure. For sure. Cool. Your siblings, Stefan and Gloria, took their first sacrament at the temple. You eye the little bundle in your father's arms with curiosity. Behind the many layers of swaddling clothes is your newborn baby brother. Mother is glowing and smiling with joy. Stephen and Gloria are also here, all excited. You promise yourself you're going to be the best big brother in the world. You'll never hit him. The two of you will play together and tease Stefan together and help Mother together and go on so many adventures together. It feels strange to be an older brother. Just the other day you were the youngest in the family, but everything is different now. Your parents name your little brother Nathan, and Mother spends day and night by his side. Nathan cries all the time, day and night. Mother barely gets any sleep. She's so worn out she starts forgetting things. Like today, for instance, she forgot her knitting in the armchair in the sitting room. You'd better bring it back to her as soon as possible. I almost died twice while I was in. I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm glad you're doing better, though. You run to Mother's bedroom and you miss her smile so much. You walk in without saying hello and give her the knitting, but instead of gratitude, you get a nice, cold, exhausted stare. Nathan is also there, screaming all the time. Go away, Edmonton, you're bothering me. Spits these words out of her teeth. You look at the bawling newborn. She can't even get a minute of respite. Enough already. When are you going to stop? I just want some peace and quiet. Mother leaps across the room and starts shaking Nathan with malice in her eyes. His cries get even louder. She looks so tired from his never-ending scream. She seems to be within inch of smashing him against the wall. Oh, Jesus. You fear for Nathan's life much more. Okay. No, I don't like that one. I kind of like that one. Nathan Brante, which, oh, your little brother would be grateful. Okay. Oh, we're down one unity. I see. Oh no, I need... Is that what that is? You need a higher unity. Oh no, you need more with Lydia Brante. Okay. Yeah, I got some bad stuff laced with fentanyl. It almost killed me. If I wasn't with my girl, she took me to the ER, I would have died. Yeah. That's what happens. Yeah, fentanyl is doing that to a lot of people these days. Fentanyl will be doing that to a lot of people these days, from what I hear. Perception and determination. Let's do this one. I want to raise my determination. Mother keeps shaking Nathan violently and you can't stay any longer. He's no longer falling, he's shrieking. But then out comes your voice so loud it drowns out their cries. It's not Nathan's fault, Mother. You're just tired. Please don't do anything to my little brother. If you have to punish somebody, punish me instead. He's too young and he won't understand. Freezes and looks at you. Her eyes, two narrow slits. Her stare is cold and full of pure wrath. So pure you can't help but explode. Are you trying to teach me how to take care of a child? Are you giving me lessons on calming a newborn baby? You insolent, insipid, nagging little know-it-all. It's time you learned your place. The bed sheets and then moves toward you. You step back, but a closed door blocks her way. She slaps you across the face and your ears ring from the heavy blow and your cheek burns from her wrath. You wince and close your eyes, expecting a second slap, but nothing comes. Nothing but Mother's heavy breathing and Nathan's shrill cries. 15 days sober today. That's good. That's good. You should probably stay that way to prevent that from happening again. It's been getting pretty bad lately, man. Been getting pretty bad lately. I'm on a 30-day inpatient rehab right now. I see. Then there's a knock at the door and you step aside. Father walks in. He looks at you, clutching a red cheek at the bawling baby, at Mother. Her eyes red with rage and tears, her brow heavy and ragged. Go to your room, son, and I'll join you soon. You do as you're told. Back in your room, you press your aching cheek against the cold window, hurt and dazed by what just happened. Soon enough, Nathan stops crying. Your father's heavy footsteps in the hallway, and he comes into your room and sits on the bed next to you. Please do not be angry with your mother. The twins know she wishes nobody any harm. This is a difficult time for her, but we will make it through it as a family. You stepped up to protect your brother. You acted like a nobleman today, and I'm proud of you. Your mother and Nathan are resting now. How bad does it hurt? You shake your head. Not bad, but your hand still aches to clutch the cheek. Father embraces you with a sorrowful smile and gingerly pats you on the head as you press your forehead into his housecoat. Things are calm now. The trouble has passed and you are quietly happy, which is good. 14 days in the hospital. Yeah. That's good though. It's good that you're out though, I mean. Okay. Nathan Bourne. Next. Okay. So it's 3 more years and then first death or whatever. You wake up to father's touch on your shoulder. He's come back home from a long trip. Today is your special day, the day when you begin your studies. Now teachers will be coming to a home to teach you, and you must do everything they say. Be diligent in your studies, and you'll go closer to the nobleman's lot. And since you must remember this day, a present is in order. Lydia, get our little schoolboy dressed. I'm taking him to the market district. Okay. I'm feeling good and start hitting the gym. That's good. That's good. Definitely should keep doing that. I always encourage going to the gym. That's what I'm always doing. That's what I'm always doing. It helps me out a lot. Stephen wants to come with you too, but father shushes him sternly. This is your day. Your elder brother is hurt to hear this, but stays quiet. Stefan, whatever his name is. Already? That's quite a bit. But an open carriage takes the two of you through the dusty, noisy city streets of Pleasant, wind tussling your hair. Your city is called Anazet. That you already know. It is one of the largest cities in the entire empire. There is a big shadow on the street. It comes from the white foliage of an enormous tree that spreads its branches all over the city. My son, did you know that the silver tree grew from the blood of our God's own disciples? It has been growing here for hundreds of years right in our city. It can't be damaged or burned. Not even the clergy know why. The carriage comes to a halt by a small shop next to a city square. You run there and freeze by the stalls and excitement. The shop's packed with dolls, figures, and toys, and so many at once before. Have you chosen your present yet? Father asks. You have. You want the Holy Order set, which includes several figurines of the Empire's greatest warriors of all times. You rattle off everything you know about the Holy Order. The ones who aided the Empire's forces in seizing the province of Magra and storming our city. It's how we joined the Empire. Father nods in approval. Very well. War isn't your lot for now, but maybe these toy soldiers will teach you how to think like a general. We will lead them into battle and study military strategy. Go on and take your present. Having said this, father turns away to examine the books. You run to the box of toy soldiers, delirious with excitement, but there's a fancy-dressed boy in your way. He is about to take your warriors for himself. He elbows you aside and reaches for the box. Anger overcomes you, and you push him from behind. Your opponent falls to the floor. Rich boy screams so loudly everybody in the shop hears it. He hit me, he hit me. A tall tower of a man looms over you. This is the boy's father, but then you feel your own father's hands on your shoulders. You press against your father, your mind more at ease now. He will protect you. Yes, you shoved the boy to the floor in front of everyone, but he tried to take your present for himself. Father turns you around to face him when he hears these words. Is this true, Edmonton? Did you strike the son of a nobleman? Okay, let's see what happens here. So this will lower my willpower, but raise my father's perception of me. Tell the father that you repaid the impudent boy in kind, with my determination +1. Willpower +10 if I deny my guilt. I like the willpower +10, but I also really like the idea of my determination being higher. I think... I don't know which of these I like better. I'm gonna go with telling him the truth. It isn't fair to blame you without letting you speak to. You didn't want to shove that stupid boy. He was the one who shoved you first. But the angry nobleman, the boy's father, will not let you finish. Nobody cares a whit from your so-called truth, lowborn. The law is the law and your punishment is due. Your father nods in agreement to these words, no matter how sad they make him. They lead you and the nobleman's son out of the shop, and you are told to bow to him and show humility. A bad feeling sends a shiver down your spine. With a satisfied grin on his face, the boy swings his arm and slaps you on the cheek. He strikes you again and again. Enough. He's got what he deserved. We're leaving. Your head swimming from the blows, and you return to your senses back to your bed. With servants treating your face, your father stays by your side. The morning after, you find a little box in your bed with the tin soldiers of the Holy Order inside. You paid dearly for your stubbornness. Yeah, that's fine though. That's fine though. If there's gonna be a revolt anyway, might as well be of a high determination and cut them down. Today, Father ordered the dinner table to be brought out into the yard. For the first time in months, he's home. Outside of the confines was always locked study. He spent the entire day playing with Nathan, and you discussed various matters with Stefan, now an adolescent, walking in the garden, and now at dinner under the sky. Your entire family gathers together with Father at the head of the table, smiling. He asks each of you about your studies. Nathan climbs up on his knees and recites a counting rhyme in a funny sing-songy voice. Stephen mentions that his fencing teacher praised his accomplishments. He rises from the table together with Father to show his skill on a practice duel. Next comes Gloria's turn. She stands on her chair and recites a lengthy prayer by heart. Mother showers her sister with praise. Father chuckles quietly, hiding a smile in his mustache. When your turn comes, you recite all the ranks in the Legion from common soldier to high commander, and Stephen listens to you with a skeptical look on his face. Night slowly falls, but the servants ensure that the yard is well illuminated. You don't feel cold in the dusk night. It feels good, yet so important. All of you are finally together, sitting at the same table. No fighting, just smiles. Then a servant approaches Father with a letter in hand. He reads it in the dim light, and each line gradually washes the smile off everyone's face. Oh, Father's face, until a stone-cold mask remains. Mother looks at Father with unspoken question in her eyes. Gregor Brante is coming back to Enizot. He is the head of our family. My father. Your grandfather Gregor Brante returned to the family home from the capital. Ever since the news of grandfather's impending arrival, there's not been a single day when your house has not been cleaned or decorated. Your parents anxiously make sure everything is in order. They tell you to wash your face and hands after school and scold you for leaving books on the floor. They tell Gloria she'll be flogged if she's ever seen hiding in the attic. They make Stefan stay in his room. Even baby Nathan gets in trouble. Everyone's on edge. Then one day, grandfather arrives. It's a grim day, so hot your neck is sticky with sweat. Father, mother, Stefan, Gloria, you, and Nathan, the entire Bronte family stands on the porch in front of the house. The house servants lined up behind you. The carriage arrives, and out steps a tall, gaunt old man with a heavy walking stick and a heavier gaze. You cringe instinctively. Good health to you, Father. Children, greet your grandfather as you have been taught. Still trying to look like a real nobleman, are you? You can't fool me, Robert. I was the first of the Bronte family to be ennobled by the mantle, and I am the only one who remembers how to bear this burden properly. I live honorably by my lot. Your marriage to that low-born wench cut us from ever becoming nobles of the sword. My progeny could have been born bearing noble blood. Father, I beg you, this is not the place. Grandfather eyes him with scorn and walks into the house, the entire family following close behind. I have been away far too long. This entire house is a mess. This is an insult. How can you live in such a pigsty, Robert? The servants have grown far too lazy, all thanks to your commoner of a wife. I warned you, did I not? And yet you did as you saw fit. And the children? What do they know of traditional honor? They're being raised in a virtuous family, Father. And now you're speaking like a lowborn who's content to live in humility. Twins willing now that I am here. This will not happen again. I am taking your oldest son to the capital. I see you cannot provide Stefan with a proper education, so I will correct your mistake. Your brother's fate has been decided just like that. Father does not object. He orders the servants to prepare Stefan for the journey. Stefan freezes in place, glancing at grandfather and father again and again. The latter puts a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. Grandfather's lips are a tight line, white with contempt. The house is examined, room after room. Everything grandfather sees is showered with scorn. He scoffs at a crease on a blanket in Nathan's crib in mother's bedroom. He mocks Gloria's knitting in her room. The door to your room is next. What is this? Tin soldiers in the younger son's room? He's a cloner, and I won't have him daydreaming of battle. Grandfather seizes the box containing the tin warriors of the Holy Order. Your father stays silent. Anger and fear boil within you. This is your big present from your first day of your studies. It means so much to you. What if he's right? What if you need to prove your right to command the tin soldiers first? Grandfather shakes his head in disapproval and shoves the toy box in the roaring fireplace. If you wait too long, they will melt in the flames. Oh, what? You can watch them melt helplessly if you have perception. You can rescue your tin warriors if I had one more. Oh no, I would need +2 with father, or I would get +2 with father. I don't know. For some reason, I can't get what I want here. Oh, my determination has to be greater than 4, and it's 3. I see. We're crying, which will lower everything, or strike grandfather. Oh, I'll die. If I strike grandfather, he'll kill me. Driven mad by anger and injustice, you kick grandfather in the leg, and he'll kill me. I'll get a determination and a perception, but I will also get a death. He'll kill me. Huh. Fuck it. Get the death. You run to your grandfather and kick him in the leg with all the strength you can muster, yet he is immovable. The next thing you see is him leaning, towering over you menacingly, his heavy walking stick in hand. Low-born scum, how dare you raise a hand to me? The blow hits home. The handle of the walking stick is as heavy as a rock. You are dazed, robbed of both hearing and sight. Down comes another blow. A sharp pain splits your head, then darkness. Your hand twitches against your will, then again and again. It's like trying to catch a flying butterfly. And then you fall into the primordial void. The void takes away a part of you. One of the lives you were given to live, it will never return. Pain, desperation, a sense of loss. Nothing can be done now. You fall into a pain that embraces you like a soft feather bed. You feel light, free, no restraints, a warm glow that envelops you in a secure embrace. The waves carry you, their touch is soft, they're delicately enshrouded what was once your body. It is a feeling unlike anything you have ever experienced before, something absolute and complete. You touch something greater, the reason behind everything, the reason for your very existence. You were sculpted from this light. It is the first thing you felt, a boundless and sincere unity of the universe and diverse. Your beginning was a spark that cast this light in all directions, and now you are here again, one with the beginning of everything. The light gleaming from you resembles the light of the shining pillar. You still see it in the north, as always. The waves of light carry you to two figures. The elder is nearest. He is ready to accept you. He's quiet, wise, kind, and pure. The younger waits further back, and you don't know what he has yet. The waves pause at the elder's feet. He leans over you and plants a featherlight kiss on your forehead, and the kiss spreads all over you. You're filled with unparalleled delight and bliss. You exist. You are unique, and this is no one else like you. There is no one else like you. They know this, and they love you. You'll never be alone. You are a part of them, a part of your family, a part of this universe. The twin gods will never leave you and watch over you constantly. The elder softly touches you as you lie spread out amongst the waves, sending you further down the torrent of light. You float on to the top of the silver tree's spreading crown. The closer you get to the silver tree, the heavier you become. The waves draw you down along its trunk, but you don't wish to be a part of the warmth and softness with the love. You turn around. The elder is still watching you. He nods, as all it should be. Go. Your time hasn't come yet. You must return to the world now. As you tumble down toward your body, you comprehend the true meaning of your lesser death and the divine love that has been revealed to you. Love exists not only in the hereafter, it is present in the entire design, the twins, the origins of all life in the world. What is the manifestation of love in your mortal life? By creating the Empire, the twin gods cared for all living creatures. The Empire is the only thing that gives us a place in this world and a connection to others. It is an enormous family made for the people by the gods. The gods give you a clear mission in this world, thus giving you very being. This is the manifestation of their love for you and for all living things. Love always lives in kindred blood. You share the miracle of life in the universe with your kin. Your family is what you are given upon being born and what you leave behind when you depart. The love the gods have for you is so great that they allow you to change the world they have created, to influence it with your deeds. Whatever your mission is, it is proof of the twin gods' love for you. A manifestation of love in your very existence. Your every emotion, every thought, every action exists by virtue of love from within the twin gods created you. I would say cause. A sudden comprehension of the love with which the entire world is imbued illuminates your mind, but then it fades away and vanishes. You regain the sensation of your flesh that is heavy and unwieldy. It lacks that lightness, that light. It is the burden that's smothering you. You gasp for air, your chest expands painfully. You feel as though your lungs are about to burst. The stagnant odor of the crypt fills them, revolting, but so real. You are back. So wait, did I die and I'm in a crypt? Then you smell a sickly, moist smell. You feel dampness all around you. You come back to your senses in the gloom of the family crypt, lying flat on a stone slab. Oh my god, I'm dead. Your parents are on their way to the crypt right now. You hear their muffled voices. They are arguing, and against all rules, Mother will not agree with Father. Why would Sir Gregor do this? He just took one of our child's lives. Lydia, my father, is our family's head, and the boy raised a hand to him. There's nothing we could do, and Father did admit that he was too hard on him. Please do not anger Sir Gregor. You need to accept this. It will never happen to any of our children ever again. Their voices grow quiet as they lean over you. You lean on your elbows to try and get up from the stone. Mother gingerly wraps her cloak over your naked body as you shiver from the cold. My son, your first death came far too soon. I know it may be difficult to realize what happened, but know this, the twin gods are ever merciful. You are a child, and your time to leave for the hereafter has not yet come. You will be returned here by the gods twice more, but do not tempt fate again, and never ever defy those who can easily take your life. Edmonton, you've angered your grandfather greatly. Do not stand in Sir Gregor's way ever again, and he will never hurt you again. For now, just stay away from him. If I get a chance, I'm going to run a sword through that old fucker's chest. Father stays a step away from you, not saying a word. When Mother finishes talking, he picks you up and carries you outside. Together, your parents take you from the family crypt. On your way out of the crypt, you take a moment to touch your head. It is perfectly fine. There is no sign of the blow. Back home, Grandfather is still walking through the home, examining the rooms. You can see that Stefan and Gloria are disturbed by what just happened. Nathan starts crying when he sees you. The playroom still reeks of burnt paint. There's something new about you now, though. A pitch black stripe on your left arm. It looks like a strange bit of dirt at first, but it will never wash off. It will be like that forever, Mother explains. That is all she will say of it. Yeah. Well, if I get a chance, I'm gonna run a fucking sword through that fucker's chest. Now my determination is absolutely fucking resolute. As a small child, you suffered your first death and rebirth. Good. I'm guessing it gets a lot longer and harder as you get into your adulthood. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. I know. Wait, can I go back and fix my destiny or something? Okay. Anyway, when your father's not working long hours, you often see him spending long stretches of time in the backyard practicing his fencing. You're allowed to watch, but that's it. You're forbidden from touching the sword, let alone actually learning how to fight with it. It is a new day today, and Father's busy with his studies since early morning. Mother took Gloria and Nathan to the shops. Your studies are done for the day. Your house empty. You spot Father's sword hanging by the front door. He must have left it there by accident after a training session. You deliberate first, then grab the sword with resolve and run outside. At last, you have a chance to see it up close. It is a small sword used for dueling, heavy and devoid of any ornamentation. You recall that it was made specifically for him. The weapon's difficult to handle. Its heft makes the palm of your hand shake. As you get used to it, you try your best to imitate Father's feints. Your technique leaves much to be desired, but it's something. You imagine yourself fighting for the family's honor as the thin blade slices through the air, but you swing too far back. The blade nicks your shoulder and cuts through your shirt, staining the fabric crimson. The sword falls to the ground with a dull clang. You try to apply pressure to the wound to make it stop bleeding, but all you do is make the blood flow faster. Edmonton, what are you doing here? Hurts you more than the cut of the sword. Father walks up to you briskly. His rugged arm rips off a length of cloth and bandages your shoulder. He squats by your side and pulls you into an awkward embrace. My son, why did you take the sword? You know you're not supposed to hold it. This is no toy. It's a weapon that can take lives. I know how you feel. I used to yearn for my father's dueling sword when I was your age. One day you might have a chance to earn the right to carry a weapon, but first you have to have patience and study and become a noble. When that day comes, I'll be proud to teach you myself. You rarely spend time with Father without someone else around. There's a paternal love in his voice, so much that even the cut on your shoulder barely hurts now. You would be glad to be convinced by what he says, but how can you forget your dream? How can you abandon it just to earn Father's approval? Is it right for him to ask so much of you? I'm going to ask him to teach me the basics. Yeah, I'm going to ask him to teach me the basics. I need it. I want this. Father's inquisitive look presses you for an answer. It takes a long pause to muster enough courage to speak. You beg him to teach you to fight, at least the basics. It will certainly come in handy in your future. It will be your first step towards becoming a nobleman. Father takes a long time to respond. He's about to speak and you expect a refusal, but he says nothing. He draws a sharp breath again, but remains quiet, and then finally offers you the sword. Remember this, Edmonton. You are not a warrior. Not yet. You will study this like you study your lessons. You learn to dodge attacks. There are several times when the tip of the blade cuts the air dangerously close to your nose. It's scary and difficult, but you're managing it. Excellent. From that day forth, Father teaches you the foundation of sword fighting in great secret. You use your passion for tree climbing to explain the cuts you received during training, and soon you will learn how to hold your own in a duel. But will you ever need this art in real life? Oh yeah. I'm sure you will. Every man should know how to fight. Sharpen your sword daily. Don't just keep it in the sheath. I want to kiss the sword too. Your older brother Stefan goes with him. From that day on, Father's hired teachers tend to you alone. They bore you with monotonous lectures on writing, counting, and the way of life in the blessed Archnean Empire. You often distract yourself with their instruction by playing with your younger brother Nathan. Your home grows quiet without your elder brother, too quiet. Weeks later, your family receives a letter from Stefan. Grandfather has sent him to a boarding school for nobles, and he's studying hard in preparation for the service of a nobleman. The rules here are too strict. You can't even sneeze without a teacher's permission, but I've been studying with my peers. We're learning how to live as nobles in a noble society. We're also learning the art of swordplay. That's my favorite part. Hey! Grandfather arrives once more. It's time to live in your home. The only good thing is he often has urgent business in Eternia, the capital of the empire, and has to travel there. One day your mother asks where he lived before in Eternia, but now his place is here. Each time Grandfather returns, he gives the servants new orders. Your home is now always busy with repairs. The servants are redecorating Grandfather's chambers, including his library and sitting room. Sometimes Father tries to gently talk him out of this. Why subject the house to constant reconstruction? Grandfather's answer is always the same. This home is mine, and I'll live here as befits a man of my nobility. Some days Grandfather stays home, and on those days you try your best to stay out of sight, but there's no way you can avoid family breakfast. The food is there, but you can't bring yourself to eat it. Mother's eyes are red and swollen. She's been crying all night again. Grandfather sits at the head of the table where nobody used to sit before. Robert, it's high time your youngest son underwent their sacraments. Sir Brante, please let them live free of the lot for a while longer. They are, but shut your mouth, Robert. That wife of yours is impertinent enough to interrupt me. If this ever happens again, she'll be eating her gruel with the servants in the kitchen where she belongs. It is time to consider a real marriage, Robert, one of a woman of proper station. Gloria drops her fork. Grandfather shoots her a scathing look. A tear rolls down Mother's cheeks. Father does not look away from his plate, his hands clenched into fists. Baroness El Lodor is one such woman. She is a comely widow. She's a comely widow with a fine match. She's suing for her inheritance right now and could use proper support and a husband. You can keep your lowborn Lydia around if you like. Servant, mistress, I don't care. I'm not going to do that, Father. I am the head of this family, and the family standing took a severe blow after you married that commoner. It's unthinkable. How could you give up the memory of the beautiful Amelia Elborn for this lowly woman? And that bastard of a child of hers. But now you have a chance to set things right. Don't disappoint me. Father nods curtly, trying not to look in Mother's direction. Father, I wish to see Stefan. If I find your conduct in the Baroness's presence satisfactory enough, then you may see him. She is coming for a visit tomorrow. Be prepared. His mouth with his napkin, throwing it onto his plate, and leaves Mother's lips move silently. Nobody says a word. Then Father stands up and orders you and the other children back to your room. He needs to speak to Mother in private. For bedtime, he sits on the edge of the bed and adjusts a crease on the woolen blanket. He distanced himself from you after Stefan's departure, so you are not used to such attention from him. In the candlelight, you can see his face in the dark. There's a sour expression on it. My son, Baroness Emma L. Lodor will be visiting us tomorrow. Please be polite and treat her with respect. Nathan will do as I do. Will do as you do. I want this dinner to be as immaculate as possible. Please sit down now. On the next day, Mother starts dressing you and Nathan for the coming dinner. You see red all around her eyes. She's been crying for a long time, and it hurts just to look at her. Nathan starts whining quietly. You and Nathan are dressed in new doublets, your tousled hair brushed into shape, and Gloria is told to stay in her room. Father appears wearing his best suit, and Mother's in a humble brown dress, looking pale. Grandfather has an uncharacteristically contented look about him. You hear the sound of wheels and hooves against the cobbles in the yard, then a pair of dainty heels come lacking. The antechamber is completely quiet, and still fearing Grandfather's observant eye. The door opens. You see your guest, a beautiful dark-haired woman in a dress of elegant deep blue. Father takes the hand of Lady Allodor and kisses it, showering her in compliments. Grandfather's face is beaming in her presence. No one even bothers to introduce Mother. Baroness, allow me to introduce you Robert's sons, Edmonton and Nathan Brante. Frankly, it's his eldest, Stefan, who deserves the most attention, but currently he's studying in Eternia with other young noblemen like himself. It is my hope that his youngest sons will also make me proud one day. Grandfather eyes you with a probing look. How will you act in front of the Baroness? Will you accept her here next to your mother, your father's rightful wife?
Hello!
What's up, Ray? Alright, let's see. You can greet the Baroness politely. Get distaste from mother, but from dad and grandfather, and the family unity goes down. Walk away with mother, lose reputation,
Sausage.
gain perception, and only gain standing with mother. Or I can maintain my composure, demand that mother be introduced. Maintain. I think I want to maintain my composure. It's gonna hurt my willpower though, but it feels like the best option. I do need to stretch. I could use the bathroom real quick. Okay. Let's do this one. I hate this one. Mutter a proper greeting to Lady Elidor and bow your head. Out of the corner of your eye, you see mother walking upstairs to her room. You, on the other hand, follow father and grandfather obediently to the sitting room. Grandfather push-ups. God dang it. Alright, I will do that, and then I will go to the bathroom though. Hang on. I still don't even have a camera. That's fair. Go to the gym today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. That's enough. That's 5 more extra than you're supposed to get. A little bit. Alright, hang on. I gotta use the bathroom. Grandfather and Baroness Elodar engage in small talk over dinner. They discuss her inheritance litigation, and he advises her like the judge she is. Father is mostly silent, only getting in a word or two. The morning after, father leaves for Eternia with grandfather to visit Stefan. He returns to a capital in a quiet rage. You overhear your parents talking. Apparently, grandfather has already poisoned Stefan's mind against him, and he greeted father with cold hostility. The name of Baroness Elodar is never mentioned in the house again. Ah. Father now checks on your studies often and nitpicks you for sitting or eating or speaking in an incorrect fashion. Once he becomes so annoyed, he says that he wishes Stefan had been the one to stay home instead of you. You never expected to hear those words from your father of all people. Grandfather's trip to the capital took longer than expected. It feels lighter around the house without his presence. You allow yourself a little change of scenery. Instead of your room, you now busy yourself with reading and calculations in the sitting room across from the open door to the yard. Gloria joined you today. She's already helped you progress through several complex passages in the book. Right now, she seems preoccupied with a strange tune. Aren't you hurt by the way grandfather treats you? Grandfather always says they should get rid of me. Used to it now. He hurts you. He hurts you a lot worse because you're closer to him. I just have to stay out of his way. She shows you the strange tube she's been holding. Look, it's a kaleidoscope. I got it as a gift. You want to see inside? Excited by the idea, you close the book and peer into the tiny hole on one end of the tube. Your eyes see a multitude of intricate patterns. Each turn of the tube reveals a new web of interwoven colors, and they're mesmerizing you. The kaleidoscope turns the fire burning in the fireplace to a cavalry made of flames. You're riding in the front of the fiery horseman, ready to face the enemy. Grandfather's face emerges from the intersecting lines, and you swing the kaleidoscope like a sword, cutting it in half. Now you look at the blue sky through the window. The patterns are unending, secretive and calm and peaceful. Just like Father's smile before Grandfather's invasion. The deep blue give waves to scattering gold, radiant, gentle warmth like Mother's arms. This fleeting beauty too soon gives way to a hypnotic new pattern. Again and again you see your family in these interconnecting figures as they come together and break apart. In the middle of the golden glow you see Gloria's green eyes gazing at you observantly. Your sister left you long ago. The books are abandoned and time slips away unchecked, but you're still busy peering into the kaleidoscope. Order emerges from the chaos before your eyes again and again, and you cannot preserve it no matter how you try. You're caught in an inner conflict. There's so much that can be done with this kaleidoscope. Should you take it apart or ask Gloria how it works, or keep enjoying the patterns it shows you, but you still have lessons to do today? Okay. Through the ever-changing patterns the kaleidoscope offers you, they become truly interesting when you point at the shining pillar. In your mind's eye, one battle follows another, filling your ears with clanging steel and the neighing of horses. You're leading the Imperial Army now. Everybody's so proud of you. Grandfather says you're better than Stefan, and your father's stern voice cuts your daydreaming short. You lost all track of time in this evening. How did you get your hands on this toy? Why aren't you studying? Give it to me. You have double the lessons tomorrow. That sucks, but that's okay. I got more willpower, and honestly, that's kind of what I needed. I don't care about that, but I do care about this. I want this. I want this. I want to seize. I want to kiss the sword. I want to challenge the order. It's just how I am. Grandfather's visits are no longer a cause for fear and panic in the house. He's become something you're used to, something nagging, yet not an ordinary, like a splinter or a stain in your trousers. The tension still remains, however. Sir Gregor's disdain for everything in the house is so palpable it almost stings for real. Your lessons for the tutors are done for the day. You're walking down the stairs when you spot Gloria peeping into the sitting room through a slightly open door. Oh, it's you, Edmonton. Look, Sir Gregor's eating something. Looking through a book with one hand and reaching for a glass bowl with another now and then. Inside the bowl you can see candied fruit, a sweet confectionery forbidden to the common estate like all sweet things. Your grandfather's face shows no pleasure as he's consuming these high-born treats. The clock strikes 3. Your grandfather rises from his seat, puts away the bowl on the shelf, and leaves for the yard. He always takes a walk in the city at this time. Gloria nudges you with her elbow and looks at the candy bowl when you look at her. The first emotion you feel is fear, but next comes curiosity, and it's stronger. Stefan used to boast that candied fruit tastes incredible, and now you have the perfect opportunity to try it. You try a candied fruit first. The sugar starts to melt as soon as you put it on your tongue. It's so sweet. You've never eaten anything as good as this. You take the whole bowl off the shelf and give it to your sister. She takes the fruit and brings it to her mouth, carefully, like a rare treasure. There's a thumping on the stairs, footsteps accompanied by the knocking of a walking stick. You have no idea why, but Grandfather's back already. You quickly hide behind the sofa and pull Gloria after you, but she is frozen in place with the bowl in her hands. The door opens. Grandfather's menacing figure advances on Gloria. His hand seizes her arm. You squalid, ungrateful, low-born child. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? You and the trump of a mother of yours would sleep in a ditch if it weren't for my spineless son. The sweet and pleasant things in life are for the noble estate and not for the likes of you. You forget your lot. His hand swings and hits Gloria on the cheek. She falls to the floor right next to where you are hidden. The fingers glisten in the warm melted sugar that brought you here. Oh, her fingers glisten with the warm melted sugar that brought you here. Grandfather advances again, his walking stick ready, but then he sees you huddling behind the armchair. Please don't hurt him, Sir Brante. This was all my fault. He tried to stop me. You can already see a bruise on Gloria's cheek, and this is only the beginning of her punishment. Gloria was caught red-handed. Unlike you, you can still avoid your punishment. What is it then, milksop? Did you try the sugar too, or were you trying to stop this piece of filth like she says? Mocked Grandfather along with your sister. Oh. I would actually like this option. My determination isn't high enough. Oh no, I have to have a better relationship with Gloria. I see. Raise my willpower but lower my standing with Gloria. much as I don't want to, I'm gonna actually lie. Yes, Gloria is telling the truth. You were trying to stop her. Grandfather tilts his head as he keeps you transfixed. Then why did you hide behind the armchair like a petty thief? It was all Gloria. She told you to hide. Gloria looks at you with pain and disappointment when you say this. Grandfather nods, satisfied by your answer. He tells you to stay and watch and punish Gloria. You see somebody else being punished, her skin split apart by Grandfather's walking stick, her clothes soaked in blood as she writhes in agony. Night comes, but Gloria's sobbing keeps you awake. You go to her bedroom and try to calm her down, but a muffled go away is her only reaction. She lied to Grandfather for you, so why is she angry with you now? No, I know, and I wouldn't have normally done that. But given the options I had, it was kind of my best one. Gloria begs Father on her knees for forgiveness. She will never ever take what she does not deserve by birth, she pleads. She does not look at you, not even once. Focus on Nathan and you since early morning. Instead of breakfast, you're told to say your prayers, wash your hands and faces, and get dressed in plain white shirts. I see. I want to go play in the yard. No playing today. You and Edmonton are big boys now, and it's time for you both to have your first sacrament. No one can live without a lot. I don't want a lot. Be quiet and listen. You were born commoner, so you must accept a low-born lot before the twins. When you grow up, you will get a chance to earn a noble lot. Father and mother take you to the carriage. Nathan is hungry. He starts whining. Grandfather is the last to get in the carriage. His eyes are on you and your brother, looking for every fault. Soon the carriage is moving along the streets of Anazet. Slowly and solemnly, one more turn and you see the colossal white building marked by two massive pillars. For the first time in your life, you're about to enter the church of the twin gods. You enter the gate and walk under the splendorous dome of the church. The church hall is divided into the two halves. They are drastically different from one another. The floor on one side is rough and jagged. On one side is rough and jagged and dry and covered in dried brown spots, while the floor on the other side is smooth marble. The commoners kneel on the jagged floor while the well-dressed nobles and their families sit on pews. Father and grandfather leave you to sit on one of the noble pews. Mother walks the rough stone of the commoner side and gets down on her knees. You see her wince in pain from the lowborn estate. For the lowborn estate shall suffer in the house of the faith. The church acolytes surround you and lead you to the altar where you and the children will take your sacrament this day. Before you stands a tall priest dressed in black with a sword in one hand and a hefty whip in the other. Nathan's whinings grow louder. He dislikes this place. He's scared. You remain quiet. Your stomach roils in uneasy anticipation. The first child to take the sacrament is a jaunty little boy from a family of nobles. The priest extends the sword before him and recites the words of his lot. From this day forth he will fight and rule and pursue the arts, his mind now forever free from the throes of suffering, for he now belongs to the noble lot. The boy proudly touches the flat of the blade with his lips. Nathan is next to receive the sacrament. He suddenly snaps out of his fearful trance and tries to break free, but the acolyte pulls him toward the altar and throws him on the jagged floor of the lowborn side. The sharp edge bites into Nathan's knees as he lands, spraying drops of red around him. I don't want to, Edmonton. Why do they want to whip me? What did I do? You try to break free and run to Nathan's side. You try to give him courage and protect him, but the acolyte's grip on you is firm. You feel utterly helpless. Your little brother has to face the world all by himself. The priest starts reciting the words of the lot, and he swings the lash over Nathan's shoulders. From this day forth, Nathan, thou shalt endure, work, and suffer, and thou shalt be ardent in their labor and humble in obedience to thy rulers. And now cometh thy first true suffering, for which thou must accept with gratitude. The lash cracks. It strikes his right shoulder. It strikes his left shoulder. The blows are so powerful that Nathan falls to the floor. The priest tells him to rise. He has received his lot. Nathan gets on his feet and drags himself toward mother. His knees torn and bloodied, his spirit broken. It's your turn. Your feet will not move. You can barely muster enough strength to walk to the altar. You get down on your knees and feel the sharp stones below. So sharp your clothing cannot protect you. Your skin begins to burn. The acolyte forces your head down and you feel the lash being drawn above you, ready to strike. The priest's words are for you now. This is thy sacrament. Thou shalt work and endure and suffer. Thou art about to receive thy first true suffering of thy sacred lash. Dost thou accept thy lot? They might kill me, but I won't do it. The whip slices through the air about to strike, but your eyes are transfixed by the blade the priest holds in his other hand. You jump up and away. The lash misses you. You grab the blade with your hands. It cuts into them without mercy. The priest wrenches it away from your bloodied fingers. You look him straight in the eye. I am Edmonton of House Brante. The priest freezes in shock. You seize this moment to pull the sword closer and kiss the smooth, cold blade. You hear cries of outrage among the churchgoers. Mother prostrates herself on the jagged floor, racked with fear. Father remains still, baffled by what you've just done, but grandfather looks at you intently, as though truly seeing you for the first time. There is a semblance of respect in his gaze. I saw what I wanted in life, and I'm taking it, and grandfather respects that more than anything else. You are forced back to the commoner's place at the altar. The acolyte seize you by the arms and legs and keep your face bent closely to the bloody, jagged stones of the floor. The lash strikes your right shoulder and then your left, and you are told to rise, for you are a commoner. Mother takes your hand and leads you out of the church. Once you are outside, she scolds you for being insubordinate and bringing shame to your family. Nathan holds your hand as you walk, his tearful face a mixture of confusion and awe as he looks into your eyes. But you don't feel as though you've made a mistake. You did what was right for you. Determined and full of willpower. That sounds like somebody I know. You've taken your first sacrament and received the commoner's lot. But I've demanded a noble's lot. You challenged the sacred order and attempted to seize a noble lot. That's right. Yep. The mark left on you by the sacrament takes a long time to heal. Mother says it's a reminder of your lot, suffering and sufferance, pain and patience. Gloria shows you the mark on the last of her shoulder. One day it will never disappear. You are a commoner now. This is the lot you were born into, but Father keeps telling you to study hard. You may yet earn a different lot and become a noble of the mantle. You recall the past with warm sadness when Stefan lived with you, or when he wrote you for a time shortly after he left. Now he thinks it's beneath him to write the commoners in his family. Mother didn't lock herself in the bedroom as often back then. This changed shortly before Nathan was born. But most importantly, you missed the time before the terrifying figure of your grandfather was constantly looming over you. Before the terrifying figure of your grandfather. Yeah. You learned true power of the lot only after the head of the family's arrival. In grandfather's eyes, no commoner deserves to be treated with kindness. Is this just him, or is it the way of the entire world? The very thought makes you queasy. You're older now, and what's more, you're elder brother now. You've learned how to take care of someone else, how to teach and protect, and soon you are a small boy no longer. As the days pass, play gradually gives way to laborious study. Now your choices will decide your place in the bizarre, ruthless world of your adulthood. Your childhood years are over. Soon you are a small boy no longer. All right, yeah. I took the sacrament I wanted, and that I really liked. Challenged the sacred order and attempted to seize the noble lot. I like that. That's what I'm talking about. Peacetime is the longest time of your life. I like that. I like that.
I was growing up fast. The school, the streets, and the whole wide world awaited me beyond the gate of my parents' house.
Mm-hmm. You lived in this world for 8 years. Now, as you grow older, life grows more complex. The world of your childhood is limited to your house and family, but now that realm is expanding. It's included your neighborhood and the nearby houses, the streets of the ancient city of Anazet. A question now looms over you, growing more pressing with each passing year. What will your place in the vast world be? Few people in the blessed Archnean Empire trouble themselves with this question. It's not within a man or a woman's power to choose. Their destiny is predetermined by their birth, those who bore them. And yet your peculiar birth has granted you a choice. Your father's a man of nobility, a worthy example in matters of duty and honor, and your mother's a commoner, a lowly estate, humility and patience made flesh. Your sky is ablaze day and night with the light of the shining pillar, the beacon of the clergy. Your back bears the mark of the lash. You will accept the drudgery and suffering that is a lot of the lowborn from your entire life? Or will you follow the footsteps of your father and your father's father and fight for the right to serve the empire as a noble of the mantle? Perhaps will you follow the twin god's word and offer spiritual guidance to others? The answer lies out there in the vast, terrifying world, what awaits you beyond the walls of your home. I mean, I like the idea of attempting to seize the noble order for my own. Let's see. Gloria's secret. You discover the secret society your sister Gloria has joined. I need to have high ingenuity. You find out about your elder brother's forbidden love. Blood tide. You join the blood tide of the Brante family. I like that. You had to seize the noble sacrament in order to do it, and you have to participate in the ritual. Okay. Nathan's admonition. Your younger brother, Nathan Brante, receives a spiritual admonition from you. Admonition from you. Okay. So I need to have high spirituality for that. Got to participate in the ritual for this. Nobility or ingenuity. I care more for Gloria than I do Stefan. Fuck Stefan. I'd rather focus more on ingenuity and spirituality, I guess. I don't know. It's gonna be hard. We'll see what happens. Oh. You experience your first romantic feelings. Met a girl. Aww. You experience a revelation by the sacred silver tree. Okay. And save Sophia. You save the local girl named Sophia from a lesser death. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, we have to save her. Hell yeah. Your personal qualities at the stage to determine which choices you may take. Yeah, same as before. Oh, but this time it's willpower. Okay, so my other features no longer matter this time. Relations screen is now available. The province screen is now available, and the map of the empire screen is now available. Oh God. Oh God, there's a lot. Overseer in power, old church, security, the wealth of Magra, the order, peace, overseer Archduke Melanidas, overseer's Archduke Melanidas. This is the providence. Patriarch Photis. Oh God, there's so much. Okay. And then we've got this screen. I have no relations yet. Okay. This is starting to get really complicated. Your family expects more and more of you as you grow up. The teachers and tutors hired by your father keep you on your toes at all time. Your life these days is dedicated to studying for your future and the future of the Brante family. Your younger brother Nathan keeps growing up too. He can hold a conversation now. You never refuse him when he comes to play, provided you have a bit of free time between your demanding lessons. It's a rainy day. Father and mother have gone to the ball and they left Nathan in your care. You lose track of time over the books in the sitting room and Nathan goes off alone to splash in the creek. You soon hear his voice begging you to come outside. He's on the porch sobbing, all covered in dirt. You walk up to him as he continues to ball. It's all that kid. He pushed me into the ditch and called me names and he said I was a fancy pants fool. I said, I'll call my brother. He's still there. You have to go punish him, Edmonton. Nathan points at a lopsided wooden house further down the street, where the poorer artisans live. You see two boys lingering there on the porch. They are both clearly commoners, but far from poor. One of them is almost as tall as Nathan, and he frowns in a funny way, just like him. The other looks older, almost your age, but he's more broad-shouldered and taller. His name is Thomas. You've heard it before. There, Edmonton, that's him. Nathan points at the younger boy and hides behind your back. Thomas grins and rolls up his sleeves to reveal strong forearms. He must have been helping his father with manual labor for quite some time. Listen up, rich boys. We don't give a damn about you and your friendship. We didn't let nobody call our home a stinking rat hole. Your little brother earned his ditch dive. Maybe next time he'll dress normal and stop picking fights with people who can throw him in the mud. Your hands clench into fists before you react. Nathan called them names first. No wonder they did the same. That's how it goes. But pushing your brother into a ditch is too much. Thomas stands tall and confident. He sees no threat in you. You're about to get ready for a fight. I'd like to do this, but I don't have a high enough relationship with my brother Nathan. But pushing your brother into a ditch is too much. Thomas stands still in confidence. He's no threat. You're about to get ready to fight when you feel a tug in your sleep. You turn your head to see Nathan, the one who started the whole mess. Come at Thomas and give him a beating. It's simple. You simply have to teach that jerk a lesson. You get higher nobility, and Thomas respects you better, which actually is funny. Thomas respects you more, and you get a higher ingenuity. He did call the minutes first. Resolve the matter peacefully. Thomas respects you more, and you get spirituality. I'm gonna go with this one. Time to beat this motherfucker. The bold-faced bully is taller and clearly stronger, but nobody talks to you like that. You leap at Thomas and start tearing into him. He jumps backwards, surprised by your assault. It takes him a moment to compose himself, but now he's ready. His fists cover the face and he attacks you with a quick jab. It's now your turn to take a step back. You start trading blows, huffing and puffing with rage, and your younger brothers gawk in awe at the sight. Thomas did not resort to fancy moves, dirty tricks, or stupid taunts. He displays nothing but skill earned in many street fights, and his heavy fists aim for your head. You keep dodging him again and again, trying to teach him. He takes a couple of glancing blows, but easily shakes them off. What a bruiser. You start swinging your fists with greater and greater fury. Your heart's pounding like a hammer, and you see nothing but the foe in front of you. How much longer will this take? You're worn out, your breath grows ragged, and your muscles grow heavy, but there's no way you can give up now. Nathan's watching. Desperate and out of options, you swing and punch Thomas square in the nose and immediately let his fist smack you in the temple. The blow rings through your head like a bell and blinds you for a moment. The world swims before your eyes. You clutch at your head to get your bearings. Thomas is standing in front of you, blood dripping from his nose. You no longer want to fight it out, and it seems your opponent would rather end it too, but you keep standing there, eyeing each other angrily. Then suddenly you hear an angry shout right next to you. An enraged man in a craftsman apron is shaking his fist. Thomas's face contorts in terror right away. It's my father! Run! Punishment for fighting is flogging, and the mere prospect of that makes you run in the wind. Thomas sprints in front of you, dash across the rotten wooded planks of the back alley and over a lopsided fence, across giant puddles in one leap, and then forward into the tall grass. You hide there and stay quiet. You hear no sounds of pursuit, and you exchange glances with Thomas and start laughing. His laughter is loud and infectious, but he's cut short and grows sad. I'll get flogged anyways. My dad's always quick to give me a beating, and then he'll start nagging about the lot, the prayers for days, like he always does. Why do I always get myself mixed up in this stuff? But fighting's the only way to prove your worth, I think, right? The adults that see you fighting, you tell them, so all you have to do now is convince them you weren't. Nosebleeds happen, right? My mother gets nosebleeds all the time. Well, we could try it. Let's hope our little brother didn't tell on us. I'll talk to mine. There's a scratch on your head. Don't let him see it. Good thing I didn't hit you in the face. They were good as new. You assure him that Nathan will never tell, and in return you make sure he behaves himself so he won't get tossed in the ditch again. With that, you shake hands with Thomas. His handshake is as strong as you would expect based on his fist. You make your way out of the tall grass. You need to leave before Thomas's father goes to your family and complains about you breaking your lot. You come to a realization on the way back. You had no idea the place where you were hiding even existed, and it wasn't too far from home. Thomas smiles in excitement when he hears this. Oh, I know lots of places like that. I'll tell you what. If we get out of this mess today, I'll show you the way to the old wall. It's the perfect place to build forts. I dragged a bunch of wooden planks there too. Too bad it's no fun to build all alone. My brother never helps. He just gets in the way. You emerge from the muddy black back alleys united by a secret only the two of you know. It seems you've made a friend today. I like that. I like that. I like Thomas. I like a man who fights. I can count on a man who fights. Man, that's the good old days where you could just fucking throw hands with a guy and then clap hands after and you're bros. It's just like, damn, you've got a good fist on you. You too, motherfucker. Like, oh man, the good old days. It is blistering hot today, even for the sun-parched land of Magra. As soon as you are done with your studies, you dash outdoors and out of the stuffy room, and you and Thomas roll up your shirt sleeves, but it barely helps. You would gladly go shirtless had you only been in the company of other boys, but there are 3 girls in the yard today, and they are doing the laundry in a big wash tub, whispering and giggling. If you could, you would gladly keep watching one of them at work. She has big eyes of deep blue, her dark hair is braided, and her plain gray dress is mended and patched all over. Aw. Her name is Sophia, and she throws her head back a little when she laughs. The rays of sun are reflected in her eyes. You, Thomas, and the other boys keep telling silly stories, anything to make her laugh. You sure love telling tall tales, Edmonton. Oh, I remember this one time. And then Sophia hears a voice calling her home. She nods to you and runs across the street smiling. Her light steps carry her forward, but her eyes are looking elsewhere. And then a stone on the road catches her foot and she stumbles and falls flat in the dust. The street starts shaking from the thundering of hooves. Riders appear on the road from around the corner. They bear a coat of arms you recognize right away. A sable serpent blade upon a field of vert. symbolizes the Melandas dynasty, the family of your province's archduke. The horses dash forward. A lost wooden toy on the road cracks under the hooves. They will not slow down. They are nobles, and the rest must make way for them. Sophia is in their way, just now starting to get back on her feet. Her mother is crying for her desperately from behind the fence door. You freeze in terror. The riders surely see the girl, and they're going to stop, or are they going to trample her? In only a few moments, the beautiful girl will be toppled, tramped, and crushed. Stop the riders. Ooh, you get everything but willpower. Oh, you get a death. Oh, you get a death. Oh, you save the girl but sacrifice your own life. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. You throw yourself blindly into the road, swinging your arms wildly, dazed by the sound of thundering hooves. You can see nothing in the dust. For a brief moment, the horses slow down, just long enough for Sophia to get back on her feet and flee to the roadside. But then the riders dig their spurs in. Your bones crackle, break, and crumble. Your ears are ripped apart from the thundering rhythm of the ride, and your innards are pulverized. The last thing you remember is the sound of your own skull caving in. Brave enough. Bare to your very essence, it paralyzes you. You have an urge to cover yourself, to hide. No one should see you so vulnerable, but you can't conceal the truth in this place. You are bathed in an unbearable bright light. It has no hint of warmth in it. It is blinding. It leaves no shadows in the entire world. It is the light of the shining pillar itself. This is already my second death. I can only have 2 more of these. Oh my god. In this radiance, you can clearly see all of your thoughts and doubts, your errors and transgressions, the contradictions that have permeated you since birth. They cover you from head to toe like rough gray tatters, but they've melted away in this light, and you are naked. You feel liberated and whole. It is as though all the wounds and cracks in your soul have been healed, making it the way it should be. It is as though the scales have fallen from your eyes. You see the true shapes of things now. These are the laws by which the world abides, the grand design that moves life itself. You tread a path that's barely visible in the blinding light, giving shape to everything. In this light, you see the infinite complexity of the world, from the tiniest leaf to the enormity of the empire, and the world maintains its balance by virtue of the law that was embedded in it during the act of creation. Ahead of you, 2 figures are waiting on the path. They are gigantic, many times taller than a man. The elder holds a lash, the younger a sword. The younger gazes at you sternly, coldly. You kneel obediently before him and lower your head. The god raises his sword above you. This is divine retribution. There is no law without it, nor can there be. Every action has consequence, and this is what shapes the world, making its very existence possible. Which manifestation of law will you live by? The ultimate manifestation of law, the great and the incredible sophisticated mode of existence of all people? Your destiny is your own manifestation of the divine law. Since the day you were born, you are the embodiment of the law. You've been made in accordance with the divine design. Your life's work shapes the world, and thus you influence the great law itself. You defy the design of the gods and the law that binds it together. Ooh. Your life's work reshapes the world, and thus you influence the great law itself. I like cause again. The blade flashes. The younger sword slashes the air above your head. You do not deserve your final punishment. The law demands that you continue your life. Your form has not been completely destroyed, nor has that of the world. The younger extends his gigantic hand and shows you the way you must proceed. The path leads you to the top of the crown of the silver tree, spread wide in white gleam. The branches are close now. It is time to descend. You are drawn downward into darkness. The shadows that had disappeared in the blinding glow creep around you and envelop you. This is to be expected, but the purity and clarity of spirit are still with you. Something is forcing your throat open. Air. It scratches you on the inside. Your soul is filled with struggle again, and with the contradictions from which the fabric of this world, you yourself, are woven. Divine light that gave you clarity is fading away with each passing moment. You have to open your eyes. Above you is the dark ceiling of the crypt once more. You are reborn. Your second death. shapes and colors the likes of which I've never seen. Yes, there was a kaleidoscope. Then you can feel again, your sense, your body, head, arms, and legs. The light fades around you, obedient before a will that is stronger than you. You return to the world. Such is the law of the twins. You will return to the world until the time of your true death, and in this world you will have a body with which to feel pain and suffering and pleasure. You smell a sickly, moist odor. You open your eyes and see the figures of mother and father in the gloom of the family crypt, speaking to each other quietly. They stop as soon as they hear you gasp. Mother runs to you and locks you in an embrace as father wraps you in his cloak. Neither of them says a word as they lead you to the surface and back home. You met a terrible end, my son, trampled by those horses. Don't be so careless. The lives you were granted by the twin gods are not to be wasted so recklessly. You would be punished for this, but the twins have already meted out their punishment. You tremble, your steps unsteady as you learn how to move again. Your body is eerily smooth, fresh, and renewed. Even the recent scars and scratches are all gone. There's something new on it, a fresh black mark, a reminder of your lesser death beneath those hooves. Remember that, by the twins' mercy, we are all given enough time in this world. Should you die before your time, you'll be brought back by their grace. For 3 times they will rescue you from a terrible fate, but the 4th death is true and final for all. Every loss is a life we were granted, and our birth is a heavy blow to us. But the gods told us not to mourn a lesser death, and so we will humbly accept this and move on. See, your body has been reborn anew, with all your wounds healed. Do not mourn your loss of life, my son, but thank the twin gods for their justice. Do not speak of this, and do not ever play by the road again if you wish to keep on living. You cautiously go back outside the next day. Children from the neighborhood surround you. They all saw you get trampled, and now they all ask you the same question. What was it like to die? Thomas rescues you from their pestering and pushes the motley crew aside, hugs you and pats you on the back. Look at you! You gave an entire life to keep a girl safe. And then you see Sophia. She is standing nearby, shyly working up the courage to walk over to you. And soon she finally approaches you and begins speaking rapidly. Edmonton, why'd you throw yourself in front of the horses? My life isn't worth anything more than yours. Why did you think that? You weren't supposed to die there. It was all those riders' fault. They deserve to die, not you. Her voice rises to a shriek. She suddenly stops and runs back home. You stay where you are, watching her run, the golden rays of sun dancing in her braided hair. Aw, he's got a crush, and it's cute. +1 to nobility, +1 to ingenuity, +1 to spirituality, -5 for my exhausting willpower I have. I need to get some more though. And now I've died 2 deaths though. That is the scary part. You saved the local girl named Sophia from a lesser death. I did do that indeed. That I did in fact do. Sophia disappeared after the terrible incident with the horses. Her friends gossip that her parents sent her off to serve a rich noble dynasty. You haven't seen each other since that day, but you still remember Sophia's eyes, the sunlight shining in them. But no matter what, life goes on. Really? That actually sucks. If I'd have known that, I probably wouldn't have. Fuck it. Yes, I would have. I don't even know why I'm even beginning to suggest that. I would have absolutely thrown my life to save that girl's life every single time. Every single time. You are 10 years old now. Your studies continue and you are learning more about the land you live in. And Azet is an ancient city in the imperial province by the name of Magra. All soil in Magra is turned to ash eons ago, scorched by magic during the rebellion of Duke Shar Milanidas. Shar Milanidas. I like that better. The magical arts are all but gone now, but the scorched earth has remained barren and infertile ever since. Since then, the entire province has lain barren, tormented by cold and scorching winds in equal measure, with few precious plants taking root on their own. All fertile land in Magra is bought elsewhere and brought here by an endless caravan of carts and carriages. To pay for food and soil, the cities of Magra has become skilled in many trades, primarily mining and digging for metals and stone. Last fall, there was an explosion just outside the city, followed by clouds of thick smoke. The first such incident frightened the citizens, but then explosions of smoke became an everyday occurrence. Soon, everyone grew used to it. Father explains that the miners are using a new invention called gunpowder. It makes it easier for them to reach the precious stones and metals buried deep within the earth. Then one day a thunderous explosion rocked the city in black, billowy, smoke-covered houses. People are stuck in their homes, all windows tightly shut. The air is impossible to breathe. Nathan coughs all the time. Gloria and you cough only when nobody is watching. If Mother hears it, she'll make you inhale those hot herbal vapors just like Nathan. It takes 2 days for the black smoke to disperse. People pour out onto the street to meet their friends. Thomas is eager to share everything he knows about this incident with you. They took lots of burnt up people to the city temple. Mom told me there was help with she was helping the healers. There are many rumors. Some claim it was the work of a beast stirred from its slumber, while others say it's the surviving witches that continue to threaten the order of the empire with their accursed power. But as for you, you patiently wait for Father to come back home, and then you'll ask him about it. The prefecture where Mother spends her days in prayer. It takes a full week for Father to finally come home, and he's almost completely spent. You muster enough courage during dinner to ask him what happened. Father raises his head, his face bleak, weary, mask, and starts muttering his proclamation. It's almost as if he doesn't even see you. The mine outside the city, they're trying to get to a vein of ore, and there was an explosion. The mine caved in, and the black smoke started flowing. Many workers died. It was all because of Count El Velasco, who owns the mines. He wanted them to start mining that vein before they were ready. Some of the workers weren't even reborn. Perhaps the twins thought their final time had come. The prefecture had been inundated with complaints from families that have lost their breadwinners, asking the judges for help. Many people also lost their cattle. Count El Velasco blames gunpowder for the disaster. The prefecture and the newspaper just repeat whatever he says, but it's plain old greed and tyranny of noblemen that are to blame. Why is the welfare of our province always paid for with commoners' lives? Then without warning, he grows silent again. You keep thinking about it for days. Can a human life really end so easily? A single moment of bad luck and you die, only to re-emerge from the temple or the family crypt with a new black mark on your arm, or worse, you remain where you fell dead, never to be reborn again, ever. Oh, this is just the world around me changing, and there's nothing I can do about it. Fair enough. Okay. During lunch, Father tells you to stay home in the evening and prepared some important guests. Your elder brother Stefan will return home by dinner tonight. Joining him will be your grandfather Gregor Brante, as well as a noble friend of the family. You're excited about your brother's return. It's been years. How has he changed? You and Father await the guests anxiously. The doorbell rings, and 3 people are standing outside. Grandfather is the first to come in. Naturally, he hasn't changed a bit, still eyeing the house with contempt. The last to enter the house is a personal gentleman with a worn-out, wrinkled face. You have heard a lot about this man from Father and Grandfather. He is Baron Augustine L. Bourne, Stefan's uncle, a family friend, and province prefect, which means that he's the head of the judge and thus Father's superior. He's the head judge. Sir L. Bourne smiles lightly and offers you his hand. And this must be your younger son, Edmondson, yes? You have your father's eyes, young man. Father bows slightly to Grandfather and Sir L. Bourne, but there is a moment of quiet when Stefan's turn comes. Father reaches out to him awkwardly, expecting an embrace. There is a question in Stefan's eyes as he looks at Grandfather. The old man shakes his head almost imperceptibly. We noblemen ought to put our emotions on public display, Father, not even after a lengthy separation. There is no embrace. Instead, Stefan nods to Father curtly. He responds in kind, his face devoid of emotion. After the greeting, you proceed to the sitting room. L. Bourne is the first to enter. He kisses Mother's hand and Gloria's too, and tussles Nathan's hair after he sees him hiding by the table. Grandfather acknowledges him with a glum nod. Greetings, Lydia Brante. I remember you were kind to me when I was but a child, and you must be Nathan. You could barely walk when I saw you last. Your elder brother ignores Gloria completely, not even a greeting. You proceed to the dining room in a dignified manner and take your seats. The dishes smell delicious, but they're merely punctuate the overwhelming tension of the table. At the table. L. Bourne is the only one with a friendly smile on his face. Dinner is splendid, Lydia. Choose the dishes yourself. You have a truly refined palate. It warms my heart to know Stefan spent his early years with you. Womanly care always does a child good, no matter the estate. Your fork freezes in the air halfway to your mouth. You expect many things from a noble of the sword, but words of praise for a low-born woman are not one of them. You cast a glance at Grandfather. He looks like he's about to choke on the words. It would do my grandson more good to stay at boarding school among his equals. Please, Gregor, parenting is no less important. Nothing can replace a mother's love. I cannot deny it. It saddens me greatly that my late sister could not be there to raise Stefan, but there was still family for him, and he was surrounded by love. How could that be? And besides, his father was by his side all the while, and father's example is always the best. After all, Robert earned the judge's rank the same way you did. Your grandson will surely follow in your footsteps, and who knows, perhaps even the younger men of the Brante family will contribute to the you clumsy lowborn cretin. Everybody is startled by this sudden outburst. Grandfather's face turns red. He's glaring at a young lady servant holding a pitcher over a glass. Stefan is sitting right next to her, jabbing a napkin on a fresh stain on his jacket. Be gone this instant! The lady servant runs away, leaving the pitcher on a small table by the door. After a quiet moment, Elborn smiles again. It appears the servants have left us, yet dinner's far from over. Worry not, uncle. There are enough commoners at this table to keep us served with food and drink. Stefan glares at Gloria across the table. She is sitting right next to you. She shrinks down and hunches over under his gaze. Father furrows his brow. Mother covers her mouth with trembling hands, and grandfather sneers. Stefan's gaze does not move. The silence lasts too long. Then she starts to rise from her chair. If the Brante gentleman so wishes. Your hands clenched in fists under the table. How can he bring himself to humiliate his own family, his own mother and sister like that? It's all grandfather's doing. Stefan could not even bring himself to embrace father without his permission. And yet there are noblemen, and they have the right to act this way? Oh, and yet they are noblemen, and they have the right to act this way. If there is any way this dinner can become even more unbearable, you do not want to see it. It'll raise my willpower and raise my standing with Gloria. Raise my standing with grandfather and my nobility. Or I could insult my brother, gain ingenuity, get bad blood with Stefan, and gain pride with Gloria. I need willpower, so I'm gonna go with this one because I need willpower. Hear the sound of another chair moving. You now refill glasses, serve food, and clear away dirty dishes. Sir Elborn tries to make small talk with father, but in vain, so he focuses his attention on grandfather and Stefan. Grandfather is pleased to inform him of Stefan's achievements at the boarding school, especially his exemplary sword fighting skills. He constantly stresses the importance of your elder brother for the future of the family. You listen to him dispassionately as you continue serving the dishes to the table. As you wait at the nobleman's table, your sister and mother never bump into each other. Your labor is impeccable. Grandfather could not have found fault with it even if he tried. Your shoulders and back are aching. But being a manservant inside your own house hurts even more. When the guests finally leave, Mother and Gloria embrace you with relief. You did not neglect your relatives and shared their humiliation. The composure that you have shown gave you new strength. We'll see. Where's the part where I start swinging a sword and running people through? Swoops into the city from the noble residents of Anazet prefer to remain in their chambers while the commoners huddle in tents in the shade of the silver tree. You are on an errand right now. Your father wrote a letter to a noble acquaintance and you are to deliver it. Thomas, the boy down the street, is tagging along. The two of you are inseparable now. The errand is an easy one, so you decide to take this opportunity to loiter around the part of Anazet where the nobles lived. So here you are in the middle of the city square, resting on the ancient brickwork by the old fountain in the merciful shade of the gargantuan silver tree. Thomas is by your side, lazily slouching on the edge of the fountain's base. It's a hard life for commoners like you and me. Either you break your back in the workshop day or night, hoping somebody will buy your goods someday, or you become a manservant to some noble. You never get a chance to enjoy life. This is our lot, you remind him. We work and endure and suffer, but Thomas waves your words anyway. Thomas waves your words away. Yeah, I know all that already. Mother keeps drilling that stuff into me. Must be humble. Our strength is patient and persistence. So yeah, I say, but I want to make my fortune no matter what. So how ain't that living by my lot, I ask you? By the lots, they ain't easy. Let's take you, for example, Brante. Your father's a nobleman, but even if that didn't make you one, just look at your hands. You've never had to work as hard as me, but we have the same lot, so we're supposed to suffer the same. Oh, look at your father. He's a judge. He toils at the prefecture day and night doing his judging, and he's a noble. I've never seen an Archnean work as hard as he does. You shrug. The Archneans are a different race. The books say they were born to rule over humans. They are never commoners, always nobles of the sword by birth. They founded the empire after subduing all the human kingdoms on the continent. Humans will never be their equals, and Archneans are always better, smarter, stronger. Skin is a noble shade of blue. If the books are to be believed, of course, you have never seen one yourself. Really? I've never even seen an Archnean. Your idle chatter is suddenly interrupted by a rugged-looking guardsman dressed in black and green. He chases you away from the fountain. Common rabble like you have no place here. You hear the clatter of hooves and wheels against the cobblestone as you see flags bearing a coat of arms. A sable serpent on a field of blue vert makes you squirm. It is the Archduke's coat of arms, the Milanitis dynasty. The carriage door opens, revealing a young lady in a luxurious dress. You can't look away from her. Those dainty shoulders suggest, but not revealed by the cut of her dress. Suggested, but not revealed by the cut of her dress. Her black hair. I like how it says the dainty shoulders suggested, but not revealed by the cut of her dress, and then her dress is just not anywhere on her upper half. Her black hair cascading over them. Her stately, slim silhouette. Her pouty lips and prim nose, and those eyes, dark like the night sky. The way she moves, fluidly, gracefully, and most incredible of all, her skin glows an azure blue. She is a masterpiece given life. She is Archean. Clear the way. The Milanitis guardsmen work quickly to clear the way to the fountain for the Archean lady. The searing sun dances on her skin in a bizarre pattern. With one elegant motion, she reveals a handkerchief and then leans over the basin and wipes her head and neck with its cool water. I'll be. That's Octavia Milanatus, our Archduke's own daughter. The Archnean turns away and proceeds gracefully back to her carriage. You see something slip out of her hand and fall into the cobblestone right next to you. Her handkerchief. It is right there by your feet. Intricate craftsmanship, expensive woven fabric, delicately decorated with emerald filigree. Your heart skips a beat. Will you dare draw the beautiful Archnean's attention in order to return her lost possession? Or would you rather not attempt to cross the chasm between you and her? Ooh. Oh. No way. Let's give it back. I like this idea. It takes you a moment to overcome your fear. You follow the young Milanitis and call out to her in a nervous voice. She turns around, her beautiful face marred by a puzzled expression. You extend the dropped handkerchief towards her. Lady Octavia's face contorts into a sneer. She signs to the guardsman indifferently. A guardsman gauntlet-clad hand slaps you in the face. It rings your head like a heavy bell. Your nose cracks obediently under his staggering force. The rest of you follow suit and you fall prone. You can discern the guardsman's voice through the painful din in the ears. Should I take the handkerchief back, lady? After a commoner's hand hath befouled it, let him wipe himself with it for all I care. The carriage drives away. Thomas runs up to you and drags you back to the fountain. Your head is still ringing from the blow. The fateful handkerchief is still crumpled in your hand. At least she's gonna remember me. Meet a girl. Oh my god. That was romantic feelings? Okay. That's dumb. That was dumb. 12 years old now, you overhear an important conversation. It is a spring night and mother has just sent everyone to bed. You walk past father's study and hear voices coming from beyond the door. Grandfather's yelling and father's replying quietly. The elder Brante men are fighting, arguing about the place of the commoners in the city. You sneak outside to avoid mother's attention and hide next to the open window of the study. Perhaps they'll mention you too. That low-life idiot had the gall to pay me a visit and beg me for some service. He had the insolence to ask me outright. He thought I was going to support his claim for the chairman's seat in the Lesser Corps. How dare he? Father, please listen to me. Mayor Egmont may be lowborn, but he carries a lot of clout in Magra. He owns 5 iron mines. A friend like him could be very useful should he become the chairman of Lesser Quorum. I don't give a damn who this Egmont is, Robert. What he is, however is low born. His lot is humility and obedience. The likes of him can never rule anything. They're nothing but a flock of sheep that need a firm, noble hand to guide them. I wasted so many years trying to quash that quorum decree. That accursed Cornelius Tempest did everything in his power to make the Emperor sign that pathetic screed. And now even lowlifes can wield power. True power, Robert. Just the right to discuss the size of the Archduke's tax. Nothing more. That's only the beginning. What next? Are they going to arm the lowlifes now? Make them into judges? If the Empire rejects the foundations and the lots, the entire edifice will crumble. Bah! Who am I telling this to? It's already crumbling, and you, my son and heir, are a harbinger of its destruction. Father, I'm begging you. I do not wish to marry a third time. Lydia is a good wife and a dutiful mother to my children. It would only allow her to. It will only allow them nothing. Neither Egmont nor the freeloading wench of yours would... What you will want me to do next? Live by the laws of the lowborn? I can already see where this is going, and I'd rather not run my own sword through my gut than live in a country... I'd rather run my own sword through my gut than live in a country where nobles and lowlife share the same rights. My only dream is to see the name of Brante in the Blue Book, but that dream will never come true. They will never call me Venerable El Brante, and that's all because of his stupid marriage of yours. My only hope now is to hear Stefan addressed in such a manner one day. Thank the twins I didn't let you ruin the boy. He's about to grow up a true nobleman. His children will bear the name El Brante. You have 2 more grandsons. Those spineless milksops from the common lot, they're incapable of anything. The best your middle son could do is sneak to the Imperial College and get ennobled by the mantle, although I have doubts about that. As for the downtrodden Nathan, I hold out no hope for him whatsoever. You hear grandfather's heavy footsteps, the thudding of his cane, and the slamming of the door. It's time to sneak back home before you're discovered. I see. So I can shape this world around me. You started studying at the school of Sir Tibor and began mastering the sciences. Excuse me. Finally, the day comes when the teachers stop coming to your house, but before you can breathe a sigh of relief and put away books, Father asks you to come to his study. You've grown, my son, and it's time for you to continue your education away from home. I've chosen a deserving school for you, Sir Tibor's School for the children of noblemen and well-off commoners. Naturally, it's not a boarding school for nobles, so you will study there during the day and come home in the evening. You share the news with your best friend Thomas. Sir Tibor's School, eh? Yeah, I gotta ask my parents to send me there too as soon as they get the coin together. Father says his workshop has toiled day and night for years to save for my education. The school is based in an ancient estate of Archnean design. The classrooms are tall and spacious with massive benches. The sound of scraping quills and lectures on history and imperial law and theology echo under the vaulted ceiling. The rules are strict, the lessons tiring, and restless Thomas keeps getting distracted, and several times he gets his hand slapped with a stick for it. Every teacher demands flawless mastery of their subject. Every day, Father asks you about your studies. You've already told him twice how Magra joined the Empire and how the nobles' court of honor is different from the commoners' civil court in the city prefecture. But Father keeps pressuring you to work even harder. When it is time to go to bed, Mother will not let you go to sleep until you recite a newly learned prayer for her. And when it is time for school, you promise her every day that you'll behave with great humility and steer clear of insolent behavior of any kind, and you will live by the commoner's lot, and the lot is hardworking and suffering. The first month of school draws to a close, and the teachers announce there will be exams at the end of the month to determine the best and worst students in each subject. Father insists you devote all of your spare time to studying law and history if you wish to follow in his footsteps. But when you speak to Mother every day, you start considering theology. You still remember the revelations and divine visions that came to you in your earliest years. You have only one more day until the exam, and you've only locked yourself away in your room. It's getting late. Your desk is covered with handwritten notes, surrounded by leather-bound books. Just looking at them makes you queasy, but you have to read through all of them again, at least for one of your subjects. There is a nagging thought in your mind. Thomas ended up in big trouble the other day. He got in a fight with several boys who live next street. They heard about your wooden fortress and got in an outage about the fortification built by commoners. They swore to dismantle it tonight. Thomas swore he would defend the fortress until the end. Perhaps you should abandon your books and rescue your friend in need. But then you hear your little brother Nathan knocking at the door. He stands there shyly, not saying a word. He often does that, standing still and staying speechless until you either speak first or run away. But this time he actually says something. The door is locked. Are you okay, Edmonton? Is there anything I can do to help? Your head is spinning. This is the last evening before the school exam. If you fail, your family will be very disappointed. You have to refresh your memory on law or theology, either one or the other. But Thomas and your fort are about to be stormed. Why today of all days? You grind your teeth in rage at the thought. Nathan's by the door trying not to bother you. He wants to help you the only way he can for reasons known only to him. Will you accept his help? I want to do this, but I also want to do this. I don't understand how you can help me, but I'll take a moment to see what happens. I don't like this. I should just leave you alone. I don't want you to get sick. Warmth emanates from his hands. You feel the burden of responsibility thrust upon you fall from your shoulders. At last you realize something. You can make your own decisions rather than submitting to the will of others. You laugh at this realization and feel a new spring in your step. Nathan laughs with joy while he feels as he takes your hand and pulls you aside. You've studied enough. You spend the rest of your evening playing with your little brother, teaching him how to build a watchtower out of wooden planks, sticks, and old rags behind the house. Nathan's success in construction leaves much to be desired. Unlike his skill in covering himself with mud, still he is absolutely overjoyed. The morning comes and you barely have time to wake before you're walking to the menacing edifice of the school. The entire day is a constant flow of questions and demanding answers. You give satisfactory responses on law and history. Although you are somewhat confused by the many technicalities and chronological orders, your knowledge of the interpretations of the lots leaves much to be desired. Your parents are dissatisfied with your performance. You knew that you could have worked harder. Still, you believe yesterday was not a waste. Your education continues. As you study imperial law, you come to realize there's a certain hierarchy even within the noble estate. It seems your father's status is not quite equal to that of the more eminent human and Arcanian gentry. You return home with this new information at your disposal. Father asks you about school after dinner, as he always does. And what is the difference between nobles of the mantle and those of the sword, Edmonton? You already have an answer. The latter status is a hereditary, meaning that it is passed down from father to son. After the Arcanians, nobles of the sword are the most eminent humans in the empire. They own land and estates. They fill offices of the highest ranks, and the names of their bloodlines are preserved within the Great Blue Book. Nobility of the sword can only be granted only by the overseer of the province of the emperor himself. And how are such eminent people addressed? With the honorific L before their last name. You respond Sir Augustine Elborn, for example. Father pats you on the shoulder, clearly pleased. And what about the Arcanians and their status? What have you learned about them? The Arcanians stand above all human gentry. They are born to rule over humans regardless of their titles. No L is required when addressing them. They need no honorifics, for the names of their ancient dynasties are known to all. Yes, we can never be their equals. Do whatever an Arcanian tells you and never defy them ever. And what about grandfather and me? Where do we stand as nobles? That's easy. Father and grandfather are nobles of the mantle. This title cannot be inherited. It can only be earned by any commoner as a reward for great service to the empire and legion of the civil servant. Father suddenly grows quiet and looks to you. Yes, and someday you will earn a noble title too, son, in due time. Sir Tiver's school teaches children of all stripes. Nobles of the mantle and low-born parents can send their sons here, and every passing day the children of the noblemen invent new ways to snub and bully the commoners. Most of the time the bullying leading them is Daedric, the son of the secretary of the city hall and self-important slob. The sons of the noblemen never pick on you, however. They know that your father has been ennobled by the mantle. However, Daedric and his retinue soon choose Thomas as their favorite victim. Time and time again, you ask your friend not to pay them any mind, but again and again, Thomas grows angry and snaps at their self-satisfied mockery. It is early morning and the students are busy flocking the classroom to the next lesson. You wave Thomas over to see him. He waves back at you and then a bucket full of slop splashes on him. Needless to say, it is the work of Daedric and his entourage. You hear his familiar creaking laughter. The tailor's son stinks. How dare he sit next to decent folk? Thomas clenches his fist. Dare. Oh, you're dead, Daedric! He throws himself at Daedric's haughty entourage like a soldier ready to wage war. He attacks them first. This is what they expected, and they are free to retaliate. He barely makes one movement before 4 pairs of hands grab him at once. Daedric sneers and kicks your friend in the belly. Thomas gasps for air and starts coughing. You stand between them as Daedric readies another kick. The nobleman's son cocks an eyebrow. Why do you mingle with commoners? Your father is a noble of the mantle. You ought to be friends with your own kind. You're equals, not the dirt beneath your feet. Behind him, 4 boys hold Thomas down as he struggles furiously. The other students are watching you, frozen in fear. Daedric heartily extends a hand to you. He clearly expects you to shake it. Yeah, okay. No, I love Thomas, and I'm not gonna betray Thomas. Thomas is a fighting man, and I respect a fighting man. Fuck that. The children of parents who have been ennobled by the mantle still bear the commoner's lot. So what? Teach him, turn him over to the teachers. Challenge Daedric to a fight. I like this better. Instead, you challenge Daedric to display at least one dignity by fighting you one-on-one. That is, if he considers himself a nobleman's son. Diedrich's face grows serious. There's no way for him to refuse this challenge in public. Diedrich makes a sign and Thomas is released and pushed to the floor. He gets back on his feet, cursing and itching to rush at them again, but you hold your friend back. The teacher of Imperial Law comes into the room just in time. Everybody returns immediately to their seats. A day full of lessons begins. You keep daydreaming of Diedrich's face and how you're going to put an end to that nasty smile. Let's catch that bastard together and clean his clock. He hurt me, not you. The deal has been made. You tell your friend this is a matter of honor now. Thomas huffs angrily but agrees. Diedrich is already waiting for you in the narrow back street by the school, his retinue by his side. You walk forward and give him an opportunity to end his dispute once and for all. This is the nobleman's way. If you win the battle, Diedrich and the other children of the nobles will never pick on the commoner's sons again, but if he wins, you'll never stand in their way and protect the other students. You will fight him one-on-one. Diedrich walks forward uncertainly. You both roll up your sleeves. You raise your fists in a fighting stance. Diedrich tries to copy your movements, but you hit him first. Diedrich does manage to land several glancing blows, but he is fighting a losing battle, and he's never been in a real street fight. Thomas nods in approval. You've learned a lot from him. It doesn't take long for Diedrich to stop fighting back. One more blow and he squeals and raises his hands. You have won. You turn to the other nobleman's son with a victorious look on your face. No more teasing. And if anyone else says so much as one bad word to Thomas, they will pay. Diedrich's former retinue disperses silently. Let's fucking go, baby! Let's fucking go! Your theology teacher tells you more about Anazet. It is more than just a provincial capital. It is also a sacred place blessed by the gods. What was the other thing I wanted to do? I forgot. I think it was the blood tide. Yeah, I want to participate in the ritual. That's the other thing I really want to do. That's the other thing that I really want to do. Anyway, and these two. Met a girl. Yeah, that girl fucking hated me. Your theology teacher tells you more about Anazet. It is more than just a provincial capital. It's also a sacred place blessed by the gods. It's where the twin gods' first disciples spilled their blood. And from that blood grew the sacred silver tree. Its enormous foliage hangs over the city. You see its branches in the sky every day, but you have never approached the trunk of the tree yourself. Today you will be taking your first steps to the silver tree. Your class is visiting a service in the great temple by the tree's roots. Next to your theology teacher, you and the other students will witness the landmark of the twins' advent up close. Everybody is excited. Soon you and the other boys enter the slums surrounding the church district of Anazet. The roots are pulsating under your feet. They spread underground all throughout the area. Pathetic, cramped hovels and filthy streets surround the trunk of the tree. They are home to paupers, day laborers, and preachers. The people of the district bow humbly to you and point you towards the temple. They seem at peace despite the abject poverty in which they live. All who live directly beneath the tree are filled with its divine grace, your teacher says. People who come here to make peace with the world and their fate in it. Your class is unusually quiet. Everyone is listening to the rustling of the leaves and the underground beating of their boots. The sky above you is obscured by the tree's canopy. You find the temple of the twin gods right next to the tremendous trunk of the tree. It almost seems a part of it. There's a crowd there. Pilgrims dressed in traveling clothes, paupers and beggars, common people to the city, and the occasional well-dressed noble. There are arguments among some people who are gathered in separate small groups. Many people are wandering around staring upward at the tree's branches. The tree impresses you with its might and the calm emanating from it. You are filled with a desire to sit down and think of the world, to learn something about yourself, to touch the silver white bark and hearken to the whispering leaves. You are distracted enough to fall back from the rest of the classmates, and you notice a small path that should take you right next to the trunk. A small, red-haired woman walks out of the crowd of pilgrims. She's wearing a worn white robe. She is no longer young, but her face is youthful and covered in freckles. Her hands clutch a book. You've never seen this lady pilgrim before, yet she looks at you almost as if she's recognized a lifelong friend. She beckons to you and says her name Matilda, a preacher from Astynia, and what she says next shakes you to your very core. It is commendable to see a young man so keen to learn the teachings of the twins, she says, yet you will never follow the light of truth within the walls of the temple. Inside you will find only the lies about the lots, the erring words of prophet Isaetus sanctified by the passage of centuries. Yet anyone who sets out to read the accounts of the twins' own lives know that they never so much as mention the lots. The red-haired preacher's words frighten you. They clash with everything you've heard from Mother, everything you've been taught at school. The lots are a lie? You freeze in fear. Should you argue with Matilda or ask her for information, or should you treat her as a madwoman and catch up with your classmates? You suddenly feel a small warm hand grasp your own. You see a girl right next to you. She's just a little older than you, wearing a black dress, threadbare yet almost spotless. Her hair is covered with a handkerchief with only a single golden lock showing. Her brown eyes are burning with rage, her hand pulling you away from the red-haired preacher. You stare in confusion as the strange young girl, your cheeks flushed by sudden touch. At the strange young girl, your cheeks flushed by the sudden touch. There is just a bit of color to your cheeks too, but then she starts speaking to you quickly. Don't listen to her. She's dangerous. Come to the temple with me. Only there will you see the truth. You stand there, surrounded by the crowd of praying pilgrims and the sound of shuffling feet, torn between two people you have never seen before, and each of them expects you to follow her. But all of the while you hear the whispers of the wind in the tree's branches, the branches reaching out for you, almost as if the tree wishes to speak to you itself. Can you hear its voice? I would love to give in to the epiphany. I would love to give in to the epiphany, but I didn't have an epiphany before with the ants, so I can't listen to nature itself. That actually sucks. I actually would really like to be able to listen to nature itself, but this is nobility. Oh, it's a matter of the heart. Oh. And I would become acquainted with Jian, whoever that is. It's a matter of the heart, destiny. Stay with the red-haired pilgrim. Leave them and approach the tree. I would like to do this, but I won't give in to the epiphany, though. I genuinely don't like any of these answers. I really want to do this one, but I didn't have the epiphany with the ants the first time. Towards the red-haired preacher. This Matilda of Astinia, she speaks too strangely to be ignored. She will be leaving soon anyway, and the temple, surely the temple's not going anywhere. The words on the cover, the lives of the twins. The book's so heavy you almost drop it. The crowd around you barely allows for a proper reading. The best you can do is flip through the pages and hope to glimpse a message or two from it. Matilda's hushed voice comments on a new page. This book was written by the disciples of the twins. When the twin gods descended and brought faith into the world, they walked the lands with them. It's filled with many stories of wonders and battles, as well as records of the twins' own sermons and dialogues. They discuss many things that now guide the living. The fate that awaits us on the shining pillar, the eternal life after true death, the profane evil of magic. It's out something that you cannot help but notice yourself. There's not one mention of the lots in this book. How can this be? It is what it is, she responds. The twins never spoke of them. They never left any teaching behind, nothing but their deeds and their own lives in this world. You frowned. Then how come we know about the lots now? They exist thanks to Isatius. Isatius, favored by the gods, the elder's favorite disciple, walked the lands by his side, and through all his hardship until his fatal end in Eternia, they came to be. When people came to Isatius and asked him how they should live, yet Isatius was but a man, and his teachings of the lots were not a divine revelation, a speculation of his own devising. This feels much tougher than learning prayers. So if the teachings of the lots come not from the gods, but rather from their student, what does that mean for you? What does it mean for the people? A new faith? Oh, a new faith, the red-haired preacher says with a smile. You think about her words for a long time as the silver tree whispers above your head, the very tree grown from the blood of the people who walk the land of the younger and the elder. You keep on thinking about it even as you make your way home into bed. Your conclusion bring you no comfort. If that strange lady preacher was right, then you are supposed to be free to interpret the twins' words yourself, which means that you, and only you, should be responsible for your life and the fate in hereafter. But who can tell you for sure? You can't fall asleep that night. They were lying to you all this time. In the morning, you still mutter off a prayer in the words of your lot. But is it all worth it if the lots don't really exist? Or is it the will of the twins after all? Did they actually speak their will through Isatius, and those who defy their will are defying the true order of the world? These questions will remain in your mind for a long time. Another school day has ended and you're making your way home, still mulling over the things you learned from your teachers, the founding, the empire, the eternal unshakable rule of a single dynasty, the three estates with which its own rights and the odd sort of order the world has, and yet so mysterious. At least it sounds like that way when your teachers talk about it. Mother's waiting for you on the porch. She smiles gently when she sees you, yet her expression still shows great concern. Father left on a trip to several distant vagrant towns a few days ago. Since then, Mother has been trying to tell you something, but she seems uncertain. Could you put your things away and come pray with me? Prays for fervent sincerity, her head bowed low, reciting the words of obedience to them and their greater design in barely audible whisper. You repeat after her just as she taught you. Mother sighs and turns to you. Edmonton, you're 13. You will be grown soon. It's time you learned about certain things that are important to our family. It's about your father and me and our marriage. I'm sure you wondered about this before, but your father is of nobleman mantle. Your father, when his first wife, Amelia Elborn, died, it was a painful blow to him. He lost his will to live. And then he met me. Well, that sounds like me and my wife. I went to the prefecture as a petitioner to ask them for help, protection, justice. When I was a young girl, I worked at a small shop that sold crockery and dishes. A nobleman took a liking to me. May his name be forever forgotten. The twins know I was humbled and honored by his lot to rule, but he took me by force. Gloria is that nobleman's daughter, but he was outraged. How could I have the gall to burden him with a lowborn progeny? He turned me out to the street with a little baby girl in my arms. I had no home, no honor, nowhere to go, and no one to help me. When I went to the prefecture, I didn't really think the judges would help me find justice against my former master, but when Sir Robert heard my plea, his eyes met mine, and I believed that for that very moment the twins themselves granted him the gift of their love. Your father told me there was nothing he could do to make the detestable nobleman marry me, but he would never abandon me and baby Gloria. And I agreed he would take me to his own home. Tears are running down Mother's cheeks. Oh my god, this is super fucking sad. And I knew it, my son. I knew how much his honor and reputation would suffer, but caring for me brought him back to life. It's like he experienced another sacrament. He rediscovered his noble purpose, his lot to rule and protect and care for others, but his decision to marry me, he's still paying for it today. Oh my gosh, that's super fucking sad. Hang on guys, I gotta go use the bathroom. 1 second. Your father hates things as much as you do and wants to change them, but can't. So he's trying to raise you to get into a noble birth or stance so you can change things too. Your father had the courage to defy your grandfather, the founder of his bloodline. Only you knew how much he had to endure. Only you knew the despicable rumors we heard about the Brontes all over Anazet. It was only thanks to the efforts of Sir Gregor that the Bronte bloodline managed to hang on to what little remained of its reputation, and now the noble families have all but forgotten about that scandal, like the twins. Do you understand what she's telling you? Son, I'm not telling you this just to share the pain of my past. Even Sir Gregor has accepted me through gritted teeth, but you need to understand the heavy burden our family must bear, including our scandalous marriage and glorious foul origin. She can never be a Bronte. Even if the elder Brontes agreed, the news would stir up the old scandal in the minds of high society, and if that were to happen in Edmonton, they would see your birth. They would see even your birth as illegitimate. What I told you just now is something you have to know, son. By my lot, I must be humble. I cannot tell you how to treat your family. I'll ask you a question. Now that you know all this, do you still see Gloria as your sister? Filled with determination, you assure Mother that Gloria is and will always be your sister. You want Gloria to be a Brante too, or to be a part of your family. Who cares about the nobles of what the nobles of Anazet say? Mother beams with joy. Edmonton, if only you knew how happy that would make me to have your family united at last. However, the joy on her face quickly gives way to concern. I owed good Sir Robert a debt I can never repay. He gives my daughter a home, an education, his care and advice. Bronte bloodline could suffer so much for Gloria's existence. We should all just learn to accept her status as it is. Just then you hear Gloria knocking at the door. Mother, Edmonton, I couldn't find you. Yes, she is your sister. No secret can change that. You and your sister walk downstairs together. Mother's alone by her bedside now, thinking the twins with a quiet prayer. Hour 13 now. Another theology lesson. Today's sermon is about the priests and why the clergy is only one of the 3 estates with the right to interpret the lots and guide the other 2 estates accordingly. Thomas sits next to you, huffing and puffing as he fervently writes down teacher's every word. But you've heard all of this word from Mother many times before, so you take this moment to daydream a little. Father promised to take you to the capital once your studies are complete. Expanding your world, eh? Teacher suddenly casts a stern look around the lecture hall and raises his voice at one of your classmates. A boy by the name of Brian jumps out of his seat. The teacher asks him to repeat what he just said. Brian freezes and seems to shrink. He tries to muster a reply, but nothing comes up. The class becomes agitated. Someone is about to get punished. The teacher now looms over Brian. The boy's cheeks are flushed and his eyes are covered in tears. You watch the teacher's iron-bound book as he raises it sharply about to strike. A sudden flash. The teacher screams and buries his face in his arms. His hair is ablaze, and his skin is covered in horrible burns. Magic. Real magic. Just like in the book about the Magra Rebellion. The class freezes in shock. There's a dull thud as the iron book falls to the floor. Brian's hysterical laughter rends to silence. He stands up from his bench, fire in his eyes and sparks on his fingertips. Students run for the door. The teacher tries to extinguish his burning hair. Brian snaps his fingers and the book of Isadis on the desk turns into pillars of flame. He laughs and raises his arms and the curtains catch fire. The screams grow louder and the fire howls. Brian's face is tense and violent. His mouth is spewing flames and his whole body is shaking with laughter. He steps towards the door. You and Thomas glance at each other. He's going to burn the whole school down. Your friend's determination makes you brave. You run behind Brian and knock him off his feet. You both tumble to the floor. Even through his clothes, his body sears your flesh. Brian screams, convulses, and grabs Thomas by the shoulder with his burning hands. Thomas howls but stays put, then knocks Brian senseless with several fierce blows to the head. There are servants fussing around the room now. They put out the fire and take away the teacher, his body covered in horrible burns. You and Thomas remain next to Brian, who's lying on the floor silent. Soon 3 men in black cloaks entered the doors of the school, each bearing an edict sealed with silver, the Inquisition. You and Thomas are now told to step away from the witch. They lock Brian's neck in a silver collar and take him away. One of the Inquisitors remains behind to tell the students what happened. That was magic, the ungodly power that twists the minds of men into savage instruments of murder. Only the sacred shackles of silver can hold it at bay. Only the power of the twins can save us all from its evil grasp. But the next day you are forbidden from ever mentioning Brian's name again. He is no more. I'll leave my phone charger. My phone's very dead. Right. A great day looms ahead. 100 years ago, Uther Tempest was anointed to rule over the Empire. Blessed by the twins themselves, the Emperor's reign continues into its 2nd century. Celebrations in honor of the Tempest dynasty are held throughout the city and the schools close for 2 weeks. One of those evenings, Father tells everyone that Grandfather is going to bring Stefan back for the holiday. They say families should celebrate the Day of Anointment together. You could benefit from your elder brother's company with this noble education. Stefan might be able to teach you how noblemen are supposed to act. Soon Stefan arrives. He now handles himself differently. When it comes to ordering servants around and ignoring Gloria, he's still Grandfather's double. But he's more grown up now and far less haughty to you. A dark winter evening, a damp cold wind sweeps through the city from the barren lands of Magra. You and Stefan are sitting in the library. He's telling you all about Eternia, the capital of the Empire, full of wonders. The Imperial Palace, the enormous Temple of the Twins, the Military Academy, the Imperial College. You've read so much about these places, yet you have seen them firsthand. Nathan enters the library and he looks concerned. I can't find Gloria. I looked everywhere. She's not in the attic, not in the sitting room, not in the kitchen. I heard she wanted to sneak off to the ruins of Charmilanadis' palace. She could be lost in there. You and Stefan exchanged looks. Charmilanadis, the rebellious duke? The ruins of his palace are a dangerous place. Sometimes children claim his tainted magic still lingers there, which means you absolutely have to make sure your way there and back again to prove you are not afraid of the long-dead witch. Your brother tells you to wait. He leaves soon and returns with a sword in his sheath. Get ready, Edmonton. We're going to rescue Gloria. She must have gone to the ruins and searched for inspiration for another one of her little rhymes. The two of you instruct Nathan to tell your parents you've gone for a walk in the square. You and your elder brother head outside. You are confused by Stefan's action. He refuses to treat Gloria like a human being, so why is he determined to rescue her? Are you wondering why I care about Gloria? I can't act in any other way, can I? The law of honor compels me to protect my family. Gloria will never be a Brante, but father still took her into our house and respect to seniority and defend Gloria like she's one of our own. You are Brante too, noble or not, which means it's my duty, your duty to aid me. Rumors of Char Milanatus' palace span an entire district. The palace was abandoned centuries ago, and its remnants are overgrown with thick underbrush. The ruined palace is empty, nothing but cold wind blowing over crumbling brickwork. Even the worst scum of the land steer clear of the place. You make your way through the ruins until you spot scattered sheets of paper covered in writing. Your sister's writing. You hear loud laughter coming from behind a dilapidated stone wall nearby. You pull yourself up to peer over it. Gloria is lying on the ground, face down, twitching and sobbing. A gaggle of drunk young thugs surround her, cackling and swinging their arms about. Oh, fuck no. You hear their shouts. Look at the lass sitting there rhyming words together. She thinks she's all noble, but don't you worry. We're going to teach you your place. The loud spits at Gloria as she lies there. Get away from her this instant, you bastards, or I'll spill your guts. They respond with mocking laughter. Stephen draws his sword. The street thugs recoil in fear, but they soon notice that he is only one armed man against many. They start reaching for sticks and stones. Stand by my side and don't let them flank me. Stefan's hand shakes, but he looks ready for battle. He is outnumbered for a moment. You hesitate. Perhaps it might be better for you to run to the nearby district and call for guards. Nah, fuck that. The young thugs are already armed with makeshift weapons. They start approaching you and Stefan cautiously. Nah, fuck that. My relationship with Stefan Brante will stagnate. Equal out. Oh no, it goes up +2. And will go to a negative, but we'll be friends. And I'll learn some nobility. Charge the attacker, Stefan Brante, +2. I'll watch his back. I like this. I'll watch his back. For once, me and my brother can have a moment of nobility together. Stefan's firm voice fills you with confidence, and you follow your noble brother's orders. It takes a moment to grab a stick, and then you're at Stefan's back, angrily swinging at the louts as they try to bring him down. One of the louts lunges at your brother with a stone, but you hit him with a stick and he falls down right at Stefan's feet. His sword flashes, the blade sinks deep into the young man's stomach. He wheezes, blood starts pouring into the ground. The thug freezes. Stefan pulls a sword out, his face an inscrutable mask, and he returns to his fighting stance. You are stunned to see Stefan take another man's life so easily and effortlessly, like picking his own teeth. The thugs look like they're about to flee. There is rage and confusion on their faces. They've never expected the young nobleman to use that sword. Little one scum, that's all you are. This is the only language you understand. Good job, brother. Gloria, get up and going home. He turns to glance at your sister, giving the enraged thugs just enough time to rush you. You get separated from Stefan and your back is against the wall now. They hit you hard in the stomach and the face, the side of the head. Your mind slips away. When the darkness disperses, you find yourself lying in your bed. Stefan is in the armchair next to you reading a book. He is alive. With left arm in a sling and black eye, but still alive. Your head is spinning and you feel nauseous. You try your best to sit up. Don't try to get up, you lost a lot of blood. I suppose that was a few thugs too many for a single warrior, even with good book. Back up. I'm impressed. We fought like an army. The noble orders the commoner obeys, all according to our lots. We defended the family's honor together. You know, brother, the nobleman's lot is also a great burden. The few we're able to bear. It takes courage. Not to fight everything you see, but to do your duty. Each and every decision a nobleman makes becomes a part of a family's legacy, flowing with the blood tide forever. I think about it often. A nobleman mustn't act weak. A noble mustn't suffer like the people of the newborn lot. A noble must rule over them wisely. A noble must ensure they have work to do. It's not merely your own lot to have to look after. You have to ensure that 1,000 others live their lives by their lot as well. And there are so many more matters to take care of. Honor, dignity, tradition. It's tough. But what it takes to be a nobleman, do you understand? Oh, but it's what it takes to be a nobleman. Do you understand what I'm talking about? There's approval in your brother's eyes for the first time in a long while. It was a pleasure to fight side by side, brother. I'll take that. I'm happy with that. I would like to learn a bit more about this event as a consequence of your previous actions. I don't understand. Wait, what? Oh, an event is happening because I have greater than 4. Okay. You are now wandering your district, taking your time before going home. It's getting dark. Soon you're walking past the splendid mansion of Count El Velasco, one of Magra's richest landlords, and you hear a familiar voice from the other side of the iron fence. It's Stefan's voice. Sound of a young lady laughing. Oh, You peek through the fence and into the mansion's garden, and indeed, there you see your elder brother, dressed like he's going to meet the Emperor himself. He's currently busy helping a pretty young lady out of the window. She locks him into an emotional embrace. You recognize her, Maria El Velasco, Count El Velasco's daughter. Ooh. And as the whole city knows, she is already betrothed to another young nobleman from a far more illustrious family. Ooh. Ooh. Stefan, you dirty dog. Oh, Maria, I thought I would help you come down to earth from your heavenly abode, but your very touch brings me up to the heavens. He picks the Count's daughter up and holds her in the air. She laughs almost imperceptibly and kisses him on the cheek, but then Stefan takes her by the chin and turns her to face him. Their lips join in a kiss. Ooh. Stefan is putting the reputation of his entire family at risk. Acting so frivolously with the Count's daughter may turn the Count's influence against all the Brantes, and yet Stefan always speaks so highly of the noble bearing composure of the family honor. Stefan's face is glowing with joy. Your older brother, he's happy, like really happy. You've never seen Stefan like this, as his arms hold the Count's daughter in a tender embrace, so gently as though he fears to hurt her, and Maria reciprocates his feelings. Mustn't you really rob them of their secret joy? If you ever speak to him about this, no one else must hear it. You wait by the gate patiently until Stefan decides to return to his escapades. He is startled when he finally notices you standing by the gate. No, I want to aid Stefan. No, aid Stefan. No, aid Stefan. My bro. My bro. What are you doing here at this late hour, Edmonton? Is there something you wish to tell me? You saw him today in El Velasco garden with the Countess's daughter. This affair puts both families' honor at risk, yet you say you're happy for him. You can see how much he cares for her. No matter what, it's worth the risk. Stefan can't trust you with this secret. You assure him the two of you will keep it together. Stefan reacts to you with anger at first, but supportive words calm him down. You've got all the makings of a professional spy, but you're right, the risk is too great. Your aid will not go amiss. You are no nobleman yet, but I hope your words are worth my trust. From that day on, you help Stefan and Maria avoid attention on many occasions. You even have to distract El Velasco's manservants and lead them away on a wild goose chase through the district. In the end, you're never caught. You and your brother yet another night with his beloved. They are both aware that the days of their hidden love are numbered. But how will your escapades affect the family's reputation? You and your brother agree whatever happens, young love is worth this risk. It is. He'll be heartbroken for it, but we all die our 3 deaths. Before long, the entire city hears of a gang of lowborn thugs assaulted Stefan Brante, grandfather, and assures the brash young men are found. Some of them are taken into custody as soon as lesser death releases them. Ooh, Jesus, some of them are taken into custody as soon as lesser death releases them. Jesus, grandfather seeks vengeance on those who hurt his favorite grandson. Prefect El, so they died and they're still going to be punished. Prefect Elborn, a friend of your family, promises to personally oversee the trial and ensure the justice is served. Stefan and grandfather decide to stay in Anisette till the trial ends. Grandfather demands true death for every single assailant. You ask father to explain something. How can a legal court sentence criminals to true death? How can a worldly judgment overrule the twins' law? Your words are true, my son. Their law is second to none, yet the twin gods also made the empire and all its ways. The court of law exists to execute the laws of heaven here in the world. Should the court of law sentence a person to death, the law high above also enforce it. And so every execution brings true death. The commoners who assaulted Stefan, a born nobleman, have committed a grave offense. There is no doubt about that. And yet, according to the Emperor's decree, even commoners have the right to defend themselves when they are about to face true death. This means that all of us will have to appear at the trial and testify before the court. Okay. Gloria visits your room. She looks crestfallen. Her fingers keep reaching for her long hair. You put away your school books and ask what's going on. Trial's tomorrow. I thought I was going to appear there too as an eyewitness. After all, this whole mess started because of me. Sir Robert isn't even going to mention that I was there. Can you imagine? This is what were the case. Why am I always in the way? Nobody ever mentions me. Nobody has to listen to me. It's like I don't even exist. And I thought Stefan standing up for me finally meant something. Maybe I'll finally be a part of the family, but no, everything's back to usual now. Gloria tries her best to hold back the tears, and you do your best to comfort her. Father just needs to keep the family out of trouble. If Sir Robert believes that I only bring trouble, why did he take me to his house at all? Gloria runs away, and you return to your books, but you can't help but get lost in the thought. What if you told the court you weren't even there either? How would you feel then? There is a knock on the door. It is father. He closes the door behind him and sits next to you. You'll be testifying before the court tomorrow. Please remember what I'm about to tell you. Gloria wasn't at the ruins. You went there with your brother to inspect this historic site. The lowborn men insulted Stefan first and then attacked him. Stefan had managed to deal with the assailants on his own by the time the guards intervened. Gloria will cast suspicion on the case. If we mention her very existence to the court, the reputation of the family will suffer. Your grandfather will never forgive me if that happens. Don't let me down. We are counting on you. You recall the night of the fight like it was a moment ago. Gloria sprawled under the feet of those cackling thugs, her poetry and greatest treasure scattered on the ground. She thinks she's all noble. Those were the words they spat down on her. But doesn't grandfather mean the same thing when he denies she's part of the family? But if you do what father tells you, the trial will end quickly. The commoners will face true death for assaulting a noble. If you mention Gloria, things will get complicated and you can't predict how the trial will end. Which is more important to you? What's right? What is just? I mean, in this, I'm kind of here to support father on this one. Those guys are going to rape my sister. Fuck that. Fuck those guys. Every last one of them should be punished with death. It's the fair treatment she deserves. See, I do like this. It'll increase the family's unity. It'll raise my nobility and my spirituality. I'll only lose 5 willpower for it, but the family will lose reputation, and our reputation is already in the dirt as it is. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I can't tell you how badly I want to, like, save Scum. But yeah. I can't tell you how badly I want to save Scum. Yeah, I think we're going to do it. I think I'm going to do it because this will actually affect Unity. Unity will actually go up to a full 7. Whereas Reputation is already at a 3. Taking it down to a 2 is going to suck, but it's not going to destroy it so far right now. So I think I'm going to bite the bullet. I think I'm going to bite the bullet. I think I'm going to bite the bullet and convince father to change his mind. You look father straight in the eye and tell him what you think. You're not going to bear false witness in court. He's a judge. How can he make you lie to Sir Elborn? And what of Gloria? Is she not a Brante? Does she not deserve justice? Maybe grandfather's right, and she's just a freeloader who deserves nothing but shame. If so, how come father agreed to take her into his home and under his protection? Saying this to your father's tough. Deep inside, you pray he hears no weakness in your voice and sees no blood rushing your cheeks. But he's listening to you intently. Wrinkles on his forehead grew deeper as his fingers stammer out a staccato against the armrest. This is going to be tough, my son, but you're right. You are right. I took Gloria into my home and I must protect her like my own daughter. It's my decision. I must stand by it. I will speak with Stefan in the morning. Now I pray your grandfather never hears of my change of heart. Oh, but he will. The trial takes place in the lesser hall of the city prefecture. Sir Elborn himself presides as the judge. You're the first to testify in court. You tell the court the truth about that night, how the thugs humiliated Gloria, how Stefan and you came to aid her, and how Stefan defended his half-sister. Out of the corner of the eye, you watch grandfather's face grow red as he remains silent. Trial crowd. It's the truth. Gloria was reciting poetry, and I simply told her she was defying her lot. The situation has changed. By this account, Stefan was not acting in defense of himself or another. He merely assaulted them first in order to retaliate against those who had assaulted his half-sister. You spread your feet to stand firm and inhale before you speak next. You ask the hall, is it not a nobleman's duty to honor his family's name? Gloria does not have the Brante name, but your father took her into his home. Therefore, it was Stefan's duty to protect her, as he would have protected any of you. Contemptuous chuckles rush through the courtroom. You've just reminded the city of a father's shameful second marriage. Stefan is to testify next. He reluctantly confirms your testimony, glancing at father and grandfather all the while. His arm in the sling is his main argument. Stefan wanted the commoners to stop insulting Gloria, and then the commoners were first to assault him. After a short recess, Sir Elborn returns and rises to deliver a sentence. The court of Anazet finds you guilty of assaulting Stefan L. Brante, a nobleman who stood in defense of the honor of Gloria, a member of his household. All 4 defendants are sentenced to true death by hanging. There is no wind, but you feel a gust sweep through the hall. The defendants turn pale. Their mothers are bawling and crying. Everybody in the court feels the dreadful power of the law as it is stern and just. That very power has been invoked by this sentence, and by that very sentence, the lives of the 4 young men are literally forfeit for all eternity. The gallows await. Stefan stands in the front row. Father stands next to him, and the wood creaks. The trapdoor open under the young men's feet, and they dangle in the air, wheezing and reaching out for support with their feet in their final moments. Grandfather's silence ends at home. He screams at you and father and Stefan and Gloria. The trial is a disgrace. His screams are punctuated by the thudding of his walking stick against the floor. Father says that he had to defend their family. It would have been truly a disgrace if they had shirked their responsibilities. Stefan excuses himself to bandage his arm in order to stay out of the argument. Gloria is quiet but glowing. You stay quiet too. It's over now. Nobody believes Gloria on the streets anymore. Those 4 commoners are dead forever. Their family is taught a cruel lesson. So will it be to anyone who dares to raise their hand against the Brante family. Yeah, see, this doesn't change, but this did. My family will be strong. My family will be strong. The day is sunny, scorching and hot. You are sitting in the yard in the shade of a tree, studying books between the twins' great descent. You hear shy, quiet steps, and there's no need to look back. You know from the sound that it is Nathan. Your younger brother sits in the shade of the tree. What are my stats right now? Ingenuity 2, spirituality 4. Okay, I should be getting another event too. Your younger brother also sits in the shade of the tree. He is quiet. He's not tugging at your clothes. He's sitting by your side, breathing heavily. You tear yourself away from the book and look at your brother. Nathan's deep in thought. He seems uneasy. He's fidgeting with the symbol of the twins, a cross inside a circle, the lash round around the sword. It is Nathan's pendant. He wears it at all times, but not today. The silence wears on. Nathan takes a deep breath like he's about to speak, but he does not. His face grows even grimmer. He looks unusually hurt and bitter. At last, Nathan gathers his courage and he takes a deep breath. His eyes, his hand clutches the encircled cross. Tell me, Edmonton, the twins, do they hate me? Nathan's voice is quiet yet firm. The world falls silently around you. Not even a gust of wind can be heard. It's as if everything is waiting for your answer. You look at your brother again, confused. Nathan, the youngest brother, the most obedient, unassuming child, is quiet, obedient, and thoughtful. He has been your responsibility almost since his birth, yet he has never been a burden. Father was always aloof around him, and mother was too tired to even smile. Even grandfather seemed to avoid Nathan with scorn. He just treated your little brother like a piece of trash. He never called him by name. Always winced at the sight of him, perhaps because he was always much like mother. It's true the twin gods had no love for your little brother. Surely, but is it true? Surely the twins have enough even for little Nathan, do they not? Nathan was born a commoner. His lot is suffering. Everyone is tested by the twins before their true death. No one can expect mercy along their path. He He was born the youngest child in your family, that is his trial. Should Nathan persevere and bear the burden he was dealt, he shall yet reach the peak of the pillar when his time runs out. There is hope in Nathan's eyes as he looks at you. You tell your brother the twins are more than just long will, they are love. So writes Asadius, the disciple of the elder, and so says Mother. Both of you and him were brought into this world through their providence. It's true that their love is quite unlike the love humans have for one another. Can't forgive others unconditionally like mother or father would. Their parents love you no matter what, but they are unlike them. The twins bear no hatred, for they descend to our world and granted us knowledge of how to live, and this is a great treasure indeed. Twins put us all to the test with the hardships they send. They watch how we follow our lots. And if Nathan suffers and feels no love from them, that means they believe in him and know he will endure the suffering. They know he will humbly accept it and let it pass through and let it purify him. That sounds horrible. Nathan hangs on every word. The despair fades from his face. He's smiling. He puts the chain with the encircles crossed back around his neck and hugs you gratefully. So they do love me. Oh, that's good. He would make a great preacher. He would make a great preacher. Stefan leaves soon after the trial alone. Grandfather does not go with him for the first time in a long while. He lingers in the house for more than a fortnight. Father says Sir Gregor is ill and needs rest. Several months go by and it becomes clear that grandfather will not recover. The eldest Brante is mostly bedridden now, and some days he has trouble recognizing people. When he means to address you or Nathan, he calls you Robert, your father's name. But when he does get out of bed, the house grows empty. Servants hide, mother locks herself in her chambers, you and Nathan run outside or hide quietly in yours. Grandfather sees anew and all, he begins lamenting. Oh, nobody heeds the lots any longer. Any harlot with a child can marry a nobleman these days. Children have no respect. His son betrayed and blah, 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 blah. And how the Brante family has lost its honor. Again and again, you hear grandfather knocking at mother's door, screaming that it's all her fault. He blames her for ruining his chances to find bliss in the hereafter. He blames her for dooming him to suffer at the foot of the pillar. You overhear your parents talking one night. Mother begs father to move Sir Gregor to his old home and spare the children. His declined father refuses. Winds are coming. The house is empty, save for you, Nathan, Gloria, mother, and grandfather in his bed. Father has left for the capital on business. You are engrossed in the history of the Empire. Snapping out of your reverie only when the clock strikes midnight, you blow out the candle, you're ready for bed. You hear the shuffling of heavy feet outside your door. You see the light in the hallway. Grandfather? You peek into the hallway. Once he is past grandfather's figure sways as he heads for the door to mother's chambers. He opens the door and walks in. You hear him saying something quietly. Your unease is stronger than your fear now. You sneak close to his words. Foul commoner, cleanse my sins. I have to save my soul. You are the greatest sin. What you've done to Robert and this family. You should have put a stop to this marriage. I should have stopped Robert from taking this house by your presence. Why didn't I do it? Please, Sir Brante, I beg of you. Silence. You will do my bidding. Fire will cleanse all lowborn filth in this place. Fire, fire, and flame. Free Robert from this disgrace. This is for my son's sake, for my son's sake, for my sake. I need to eradicate this lowborn filth. The twins, they are calling for me now. I can feel it. I can feel it. I beg of you, please have mercy. Mother begins to cry. You run into the room, unable to stay out of this any longer. Grandfather's gaunt figure limps over mother's bed, a lit oil lamp in his hand. Mother is sprawled out of the bed, crying. Please, just let me warn the children. I beg of you. Your steps are loud enough to be heard. Grandfather turns to look at you. Stay out of this, Edward. Be useful for once. Worldly matters concern me no longer. I see only my sins now, and a sinner I am. A sinner. The twins, they forgive no one. Oh, I'm jealous, Stumble. Oh, Stumble, I'm jealous. Sinner I am. A sinner. The twins, they forgive no one. They will judge me by the pillar. I must do something. I don't want to suffer for all eternity. Go away. Mother is crying. Grandfather is still looming over the bed, driven to madness. His hand shakes as it clutches the oil lamp. His eyes shine in the dark. He truly believes this has to be done. You are suddenly torn. What if he's right? What if this is the only way for his soul to find salvation? There is no going back. You have but a moment to act. Run away to rescue Nathan and Gloria. Gregor Brante suffers his true death, which I kind of want to happen, but we will lose -1 wealth. Let me see how bad that is. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. We can have that. Let's see. I can let it all happen as grandfather wishes. He's gonna experience his true death anyway, so I don't know why I would give a shit what he thinks about me. I would also experience a death too, though, and there's no way I'm gonna experience my third death already. There's no way. Run away to rescue Nathan and Gloria. The wealth still goes down. He experiences true death. I get ingenuity and spirituality. If I do this, I get nobility, ingenuity. I really don't care what he thinks. He's gonna experience his true death anyway. He still experiences his true death anyway, so it doesn't really matter what I care that he thinks. Nobility, ingenuity, or spirituality and ingenuity. I think I'd rather have nobility, right? No, it wouldn't push me up further, but I want ingenuity. I do want ingenuity. Is that a choice? I get ingenuity from both options. Okay. It's just a basic that, well, this way my wealth doesn't go down, just my willpower. Yeah, fuck this one. Do this one. You look at grandfather defiantly and step towards him. He stares you down with rage and throws the oil lamp on the floor. You manage to catch it, but just barely. Several drops of hot oil hit the rug, not nearly enough to start a fire. The lamp's glass is blistering hot. It burns your hands, but you hold on to it safely. Oh, scum, you ruin everything. You're every bit like your mother. He takes a swing and you squeeze your eyes shut, but he doesn't hit you. Instead, there's a deep exhalation. You peek at him with one eye, just in time to see him collapse, his strength fading away. His chest heaving and his face grimaced with contempt. Another heavy exhalation. The contempt is gone. There's only fear now. Grandfather's eyes open wide, almost in surprise. He exhales. His eyes grow dim. Mother's there whispering a prayer. She's shaking violently. You put the oil lamp gently on the bedside table and call for the servants. They carry the body away. It does not disappear. True death has found him. He will never return. You spend the rest of the night with Mother in the sitting room. She won't let go of your hand. For many, many nights afterwards, she keeps seeing grandfather's shadow out of the corner of her eye. Father returns from Eterna the morning after. He is unusually composed as he arranges for the funeral. The house becomes quiet. Not the looming, heavy sort of quiet the past few months, but the calm relief you can feel now. The crazed old man is no more. That's what I was expecting. Gregor Brante, the family's patriarch, has departed from the hereafter, leaving only your father in place, and you. Your grandfather, Sir Gregor Brante, left this world forever to meet the twin gods. Thank goodness. Last respects. The night of grandfather's death shook your family to the core, yet no matter how it happened, your grandfather, Gregor Brante, is dead and will never return. He was a fearful shadow looming over the rest of the family, exerting his influence on all the lives below him. All remember him forever. Father is now a patriarch of the family now, yet he still cannot bring himself to sit at the head of the table where he used to reside. Stefan locks himself away in grandfather's bedroom every day, but he will not talk to anyone. Gloria and Nathan still jump at every sound that so much resembles knocking his walking stick. Mother spends all day in prayer at the temple. House has become calm and quiet after his passing. There's one more thing that must be done. The final farewell weighs heavily upon your soul. The day comes to pay your final respects. Father goes to the tomb alone, save for Stefan, Nathan, and you. Mother and Gloria stay at home. Only nobles and those who may become nobles may join this ritual. There is a solemn silence as you walk to the crypt. Father is the one who breaks the silence when you finally reach the door of the family crypt. Your grandfather built this crypt, and now he will be the first Brante to remain here in body forever. First ever noble in our family. It's our duty to hold the sacrament of flowing blood for Sir Gregor. He will honor his legacy and join him as his founder of the noble Brante dynasty. Stefan perks up at his father's words, his hand still clutching grandfather's sword. Tradition decrees that it must remain in the niche above the owner's sarcophagus. Nathan on the other hand, looks even more frightened now. Stairs carved of white stone lead you downward. Deep in the gloom of the crypt atop a pedestal, you see the sarcophagus that holds grandfather's body. Father takes a moment to compose himself before paying his final respects. Sir Brante, my father, brought our family into nobility throughout his unshakable will. He was a judge and loyal servant to the Empire. He lived his life as if he'd been born a noble, and he never strayed from the path he had chosen. He sought to make the Brante family ennobled by the sword so that our children's children might be of noble birth. The twins know I abide by my father's word all of my life, even if I cannot obey him every time. Father lets of a bitter chuckle as he says this. I think it's supposed to say off. Father lets off a bitter chuckle. Stefan glares at Father, then turns to glare at Nathan and you. After all, the two of you were born of Father's shameful decision to marry a commoner. All of you remember his disastrous passing. He did not die the true death he deserved, yet we all must know that he fought for the future he believed in to the very end. He would be proud to see his family bid him farewell for the sacrament to the nobility. Stefan still glares at Father sullenly. His fingers remain clutched around grandfather's sword. Nathan barely pays attention to the words. He looks around with unease, his arms folding his chest. Father reaches into his jacket and pulls out a slender dagger, thin and sharp. He takes off his glove. Watch me carefully, my sons. Make a small cut on the palm of your hand and let your blood flow onto this duct on the wall of the crypt. It will join your grandfather's blood here and flow forever. The ancestor and progeny will become as one. We shall enter our family's blood tide and receive grandfather's final blessing, for his blood flows first in our blood tide. He will respond to you. You are a part of him, and he is a part of you. With a quick motion, Father slices his hand and holds the bleeding cut above a small opening in the wall, and then he hands the dagger to Stefan. Stefan cuts his hand without hesitation and does as Father did. You receive the dagger next. The dagger's handle feels warm. You hesitate for a moment as you look at the palm of the hand. You participate in this ritual. You will enter the Brante blood tide. You, a lowborn child. A child is still a commoner. Are you ready to claim your legacy? His grandfather's spirit for blessing. I could do that. Oh my, okay, my nobility is high enough. Normally I wouldn't be able to do this because his relationship despises me, but because of that, my nobility being high enough, I can. And it basically is the same thing as this, only I also get Stefan's approval even higher now too. So I don't care about that. I'm gonna do it. I can do this one. But yeah. You grasp the dagger firmly, then quickly drag the blade across your palm. The fresh wound burns on your hand, yet before you allow your blood to join the blood of your father and elder brother, you ask your late grandfather aloud, will he give you his blessing to become a part of him? Will he allow you to join the Brante blood tide? You hear Stefan's indignant sigh. He does not say a word, however. Your words are a token of respect for grandfather and his will. Should you obtain his blessing, Stefan will not defy the late Brante patriarch. Then suddenly you all freeze. Each of you hears your late grandfather speak to you. His voice is loud as it rings in the depth of the crypt, and yet he speaks to each of you separately. You have determined answer. So be it. You deserve an answer. To me, you are not incorrigible. You are half lowborn, yet you may make a worthy nobleman one day. I shall allow you to join my blood tide, but know this. I'll be watching you always, and my shadow will follow you forever. Don't let me down, boy. Grandfather's voice falls silent. You glance at your father and brothers astonished. Save for Stefan, everyone else is dumbfounded as well. You have grandfather's blessing. You hold your hand above the opening in the wall. Your blood drips into the duct and flows further into the crypt as it combines with the blood of your father and brother. Nathan's turn comes. Your younger brother hesitates. Father offers him help, but Nathan shakes his head. Finally, he makes a cut. Nathan's blood mixes with yours in the duct of the crypt. The ritual is complete. Stefan reverently kisses the grip of grandfather's sword and places it in the alcove above the sarcophagus. Once all is done, you leave the crypt together. Cool, fresh wind blows in your face as you return to the surface. Father stops halfway to the carriage and hugs Nathan briefly. Now your blood belongs to the dynasty of Sir Brante as well. This is my family. Why would I not do this? There's clearly power in this world, and we're upholding the rights of that power. Might as well. Grandfather's passing last respects have left a mark on the entire family. His words relayed from the hereafter keep echoing in your mind. You still do your best to avoid the memory of grandfather's last night and spend more time on the city streets with Thomas and your other classmates. The road by the house reminds you of another clash with death. Sometimes as you walk along the road, you recall Sophia, the beautiful girl with the wonderful eyes and the terrifying thundering hooves. You haven't seen Sophia since that fateful day. The children who live nearby say her parents sent her to a rich Arcanian family. The Autons and servants. The sun has set. The pillar shines palely in the dark sky. Thomas is ill, so you decide to visit him and tell him the latest news. The streets seem oddly agitated tonight, full of horses, cloaked men, strange faces, and hushed voices. A young nobleman in a heavy embroidered cloak is walking back and forth, clutching at his sword nervously. There's a grimace of rage on his delicate blue face. Arcany. You overhear voices. Sir Brante! The girl's not at home. We searched the house. Her parents swear she ran away from home too. They claim they wanted to bring her back. Just do whatever it takes. Turn this loathsome district upside down if you must. But bring my servant back to me. She's here. Sophia ran away from an Arcanian? How could this be? There's only one place in the entire street where a person could hide. The abandoned Moral House, 4 houses away from yours. You head there, doing your best not to attract attention. The lopsided house built of yellow brick has been abandoned for 20 years or so. You remember playing there as a boy. You glimpse a figure inside even before you answer. A pair of eyes glimmering in the dark. You would recognize them even after another 4 years. Sophia has grown up, almost an adult now, and her face is full of fear. She's not the easygoing girl next door that you remember. She finally recognizes you. Oh, it's you, Edmonton. Be quiet, they're all looking for me. I ran away from the youngest Auton. I might be in for a lesser death here, but I'd rather die than spend another day in their slavery. I'm just a thing to him, a toy to play with. Sophia winces and closes her mouth as she says this. There is a glint of bright yellow deep in her eyes. I ran to my parents. I told them all about the men I had to serve, and they went and alerted the Autons, and they don't want to be the target of their ire, but you aren't going to tip them off, are you? The barking and shouting are getting closer. Sophia's voice grows quiet. She runs off to the darkest corner of the house before you can answer. One of Baton's servants is so close you can hear his cloak swishing against the ground. He notices something and calls for the others. They approach the house in the yard and surround it. One of them seems particularly snappy, annoyed, and impatient. You've already heard his voice say, "If you were in there, girl, you'd be wise to come out and quit wasting my time. All will be forgiven and you will go back where you were. You know it, and if you don't, I'll drag you out by the hair." The hilt of the young Arcanian sword. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, I don't have enough ingenuity. Shit. Sophia died her first death. Oh, yeah, if she had died once already. Yeah. Why would I do that? That's horrible. Hide alone. Things have become too dangerous. You're not able to influence the fate of Sophia. Oh, and she'll be killed. Oh no. No, I'll try to stop him. Yeah, plus there's no punishment. Yeah, fuck that, yeah. There's no punishment for it either. You pull yourself together. You pull yourself together and walk slowly to the half-collapsed doorway. Sophia stays behind. All Arcanian stares you down, his condescending smile dripping with scorn. In your most assertive voice, you answer his question. He will find no fugitive girl in this house. What are you doing here, boy? I wasn't speaking to you out of my way. Auton needs no permission to enter, so he steps inside. You stand in his way. You have already ensured the young Arcanian there is no one else inside. You have done him a great service. What makes him doubt your words? Why, you lowlife, how dare you stand in an Arcanian's way? You must have lives to spare. Auton backhands you with immense strength, enough to send you flying. The Arcanian draws his sword. It rises in the air. But then one of his men shouts, "Sir, there she is!" The Arcanian turns around and briskly walks away. Sophia uses your distraction to climb out the window in the back. You jump to your feet and escape the house the same way. Sophia's slight silhouette is gaining distance far ahead. One of Auton's men is chasing her down, ready to catch her. But then something unbelievable happens. Sophia lets out a dreadful scream. Auton's man falls to the ground, clutching his head. Sophia freezes for a second, as though uncertain of what she just did. What was that? Auton screams screams at her right next to you. Wait, what? Autumn screams at her right next to you. So that's how it is, eh? The witch is a witch. Seize her! Magic? Sophia a witch? Sophia's silhouette disappears down an alleyway. Autumn's men give her chase, but they will never find her in the dark, sprawling district. You watch her go. Do you ever see her again? The runaway girl becomes the talk of your district for an entire week. You overhear that Sophia managed to flee the city. The Atons are furious. After this sudden disappearance, she disappears from your life once more. You will not see her again until much, much later. Oh. I would very much like to fall in love with a witch, though. I did once already. You're about to turn 15, just one step away from adulthood. Mother's acting anxious at dinner today, barely touching her food. You exchange glances with Gloria. She carefully tells you that she wants to go to the tailor. Mother shudders and her hands clench into fist. No, don't you dare leave home today. I forbid it. The dirty heretic Fotis is preaching his lies under the silver trees today. Twins willing. I don't want you to hear any of that. Gloria glances at each other again. Fotis. He is a patriarch and the head of the clergy throughout the entire province. This is the first time you heard Mother Ill speak like this about a priest, especially one such high rank. Once you leave the dinner table, Gloria comes to her room with a cunning expression on her face, like she's about to play a trick on someone. She has a plan. The two of you should sneak out of the house and go to the silver tree. You simply must hear the sermon for yourself. What's so bad about Patriarch Fotis? What does Mother hate him so much? You two are grown-ups now. Surely you must have the right to know. You agree with your sister. Together you sneak out from under your mother's watchful eye and hurry to the silver tree. The temple block is full of people from all ranks and estate. There's barely enough room for you to squeeze through the crowd. The crowd is gathered around the very roots of the tree. Gloria suggests that you climb up to the roof of nearby buildings so you can hear and see everything better. But not a moment too soon. From the roof you see a tall silver-haired priest step onto the platform by the tree, dressed in the common black robe that looks far beneath his rank. Yet he stands like a noble before the crowd. Behind his back is a banner flapping in the wind. The open book. This is the symbol of the new faith. The crowd whispers. The patriarch holds his hands up to the sky and the entire temple block grows quiet. He begins his sermon, his vibrant voice rolling across the square. Fotis speaks of a great mistake. We entrusted ourselves to the lots as the only way to fulfill divine providence in this world. But for all these years, the will of the twins has been interpreted to us by a single man, Prophet Isaetius. The twins are ever watching from atop the shining pillar. Of this we have no doubt. But how can we so blindly believe that we are truly following their will by following the lots? Have we not seen the 3 lots of Isaetus fail again and again to answer the question of how we ought to live our lives? Have we not seen people change their lot in life again and again without being smitten by divine wrath? Every person born, whether human or Orkneyan, low-born or noble, must find their lot and their way to the gods of their own. From now on, we will seek the gods in their accounts of their own lives, in their own acts of the world, and their own words as they echo within us. And as we heed the voice of the twins within, we will each find their path for us on our own. The crowd at the silver tree listens to the patriarch's speech in stunned silence. You glance at your sister, her eyes glisten with tears as she hears Fotis' words. Then suddenly a hoarse cry rises from the crowd. If there are no lots, does that mean the nobles are going to till the fields and the commoners are going to bear arms? The crowd begins to murmur and the patriarch raises an arm and inhales. An odd figure leaps from the crowd onto the platform, a dirty beggar dressed in rags. A knife flashes in his hand. The blade slices, blood spurts. Blood starts spurting from Fotis' throat. He slumps over and collapses. A dark brown puddle spreads across the platform where he had stood. Gloria clutches her mouth to suppress a shriek. A few moments of stunned silence and the screams begin. The people are frantic. The temple guard try to restore order in the crowd, but to no avail. The old woman dressed in Inquisitor's cassock tries in vain to apply pressure to the patriarch's wound. The nobles draw their sword. Dogs are barking. The crowd is pushing and shoving. Children are crying. The entire crowd of the tree is in chaos. From the roof you see the moment when people start trampling each other, howling, praying, shouting. Gloria tugs on your sleeve. It's time to go. You climb down from the roof and run. You return home without exchanging a word. Mother has been in her room all the while, so no one has noticed your absence. Gloria locks herself in her room and you don't discuss things that you've just seen. You're too frightening, but your parents discuss every detail of the bloodstained sermon over dinner. This is unbelievable. A patriarch murdered in plain sight. The gendarmes! The Archduke's guards have searched every corner of the slums. Is how you say that word, by the way. Gendarmes. and the murderous beggars have disappeared without a trace. I can't even imagine a more gruesome crime. Photis has died a true death, never to return from the hereafter. It's weird that I've been fucking up on very common words today, but the very second I see gendarmes, I'm good to go. But how? And why can't the patriarch be reborn? He's so close to the twins. Such is the way of the world, my children. Once you are granted great power by the twins' will, there's no hope for you to come back, not even after the first of your deaths. Emperors, they're powerful vassals, heads of the great Ocnean dynasties, patriarchs of the church. None of them are destined to be reborn. Photis is gone forever. I fear for his soul. It is lost in doubt. Will the twins accept him upon the peak of the pillar? We must pray for the patriarch, children. Let us hope he managed to return to the true old faith before the moment of his passing. But there is little hope for that. So the old faith goes up. I would like to get it up to new faith if I have the capability. Or even fall of the old faith. There is much discontent in the order. Tomorrow you turn 16. According to imperial law, you're a full adult. Your time at Sir Tiber's school ends. You've studied enough to apply for the Imperial College and learn the judge's trade there. You are to travel to Eternia tomorrow. Your friend Thomas will go there with you to try his luck at the Imperial capital. Mother and father prepare you for the long journey. Remember, son, there's only one goal for you. You have to become a student at the Imperial College. Your teachers dragged you through those books for a reason. You have the knowledge and fervor to be ennobled by the mantle as I was, and as my late father was before me, and who knows, maybe one day, you will be the one to write the name Brante in the blue book and ensure that your children's children be noble by birth. Then mother speaks to you carefully, worry in her eyes. There may be another path for our son. Your firstborn was born a noble who will surely earn the title for the entire Brante family. Your second son bears the favor of the twins. For him, the path of the priest is a worthy calling, no less than a nobleman's sword. They've been arguing about your future for a while now. Still, she would never defy the will of a nobleman and her husband. You smile at them both, trying to placate them. Just don't become a snoot like Stefan and you'll do just fine. Mother chides Gloria. You would get your sister. Nathan has been downcast all evening. He barely touches his dinner. When everyone gets up from the table, he suddenly rushes over to embrace you. I don't know what I'm going to do without you. Aw. Telson's saying in response, there's no way you can stay. There's no way you can stay now, you say. But when you come home, you will come home. We'll tell him all your stories and bring him a special present from Eternia. All your lessons have been learned. All your things have been packed for the road. You will leave the family home tomorrow. Tonight is your last night at home before your departure. We'll walk through the rooms one last time. The whole place feels so familiar, so dear to you. It feels like home. You lived here for 16 years. Will you ever return? It is getting late. Everyone is already in their rooms, but you hesitate. Father, Mother, Gloria, Nathan. So the last few hours of the home. I really would prefer to have spent it with Father, but my relationship with Father is not high enough. I needed one more. Same with Mother, one more. Gloria, I needed two more. That's all right. I've got Nathan. Can we go outside? I need your help with something. The air is damp and a few drops of dew glisten in the night. Nathan drags you toward the bushes. A spotted kitten looks at you from the bushes with sad eyes. Oh, look, he ran into our yard today. He's got a broken paw. We need to save the poor kid. Together, you sneak the poor animal into the house and take him to the storage closet. Then you close the closet door and begin the treatment. If anyone is clumsy in your family, it's Nathan. Yet his hands are unusually accurate and calm as he binds the kitten's paw. You start chatting as you treat the kitten. As you think out loud about living in the capital and working towards your goal, Nathan strips the poor animal's wet fur. It's tough for me, thinking about being a grown-up. I'm not much of anything, even now. I wish I could be like you. You sure know where you're going and who you're going to be. I mean it. I can't be like that. They say I'm going to study too and go to Eternia and become a priest or go to college. There's no way I can make it there. Does that mean there's nothing else out there for me? You'll be leaving soon, and I'll be all alone. You'll write to me, I know you will, and you'll come back one day, but I'm scared. I'm scared I might lose my way when you're not around. You'll come back. You'll be different. You'll be different. You swear to Nathan that even if everything changes, you'll always be his brother. You'll always be there to offer him advice and support. You have no doubt that he'll find his way in life. It just takes time to manage yourself, sometimes more than you can expect. The sun's about to rise, and you should rest before the long trip, but you're not bothered at all. Nevertheless, it's time for bed. Before you leave, Nathan begs you. Please, you swear to him that you will. You get into bed and fade away into a gentle happy sleep. They will be waiting for you back here no matter what. Alright. Capital of the Empire, Eternia. Let's go. Grow up to become a young man. Hey. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, it's probably not in the best shape, but that's pretty good. Last night was your final night at home. The carriage is now waiting at the gate, ready to take you to the capital. The clip-clopping of the idle hooves against the cobblestones count the seconds before your departure. You take one more look at your parents' house and recall your childhood spent there in the nearby yard, at your school in the winding streets of Anazet. You clashed with the greater world around you and survived. You felt the tingle of the emotion for your first time. You were taught by the school of the streets. You explored the school and the streets. You explored the city of your birth and learn something of its past. You witnessed firsthand events that will be remembered by history for all time. All of this is yours now forever. You saw death, lesser death, followed by rebirth, and the true death that takes and never gives back. You saw death lying in wait to strike the unaware like a beast stalking its prey. You saw grandfather's angry grimace lit by the flickering fire of the lamp. The Archduke's cavalry trampling those who stood in their way, and your older brother's bloody sword slicing through the air. Death has followed you from a very young age, and yet you live. You have a friend who's been by your side all these years. Thomas taught you many things: how to take a hit, how to keep your word, how to remain true to yourself. And now Thomas is walking to the same carriage as you are, with a heavy bag slung over his shoulder. Your friend will remain your companion for the time being. Ahead of you is a long trip towards the capital of adulthood. For the first time, you'll be away from your family and home. Who awaits you in the future? Nice. I kind of want to save here and potentially switch games for at least a little bit longer. Let's see. Let me see. We'll go just a little bit longer with this. And then I think I'm going to call it a day. I've got to go earn some more money. Looks like youth will be about as long as adolescence and childhood was. Peacetime is definitely the longest.
Leaving my hometown behind, I set out for the capital of the empire. There, I would discover my role in society.
Ooh, he sounds older. Oh, I forgot. He's simply recalling his life right now with quill to paper. The driver flicks the reins. The carriage slowly sways as it starts moving away from your home. You stick your head out the window and wave goodbye to your family. Nathan's running after the carriage with Thomas's younger brother in tow, tears glistening in their eyes. Kind of sounds like that blind surfer guy. He might be that blind surfer guy. I mean, he is a voice actor. It hurts to leave your home behind. Ahead lies Eternia, the imperial capital. You have often read about it and heard stories from Father and Stefan. It is a city that surpasses Anazet enormously in terms of size, age, wealth, and beauty. But what is it really like? What kind of life awaits you there? What will you learn there? And where will your actions take you? You pass the old walls of Anazet. Somewhere within them is the old fortress you and Thomas built together out of old wooden planks, now left to the care of your younger brothers. You two are adults now. Perhaps your fortress will crumble, now abandoned, or perhaps your brother will continue what you started. Who knows? You look down at your hands, knuckles covered in scars from street antics, fingers stained with ink. Mother gave you a cross to wear away from home, and now you can feel its warmth against your chest. Your family counts on you, even though they all wish a different future for you. But they are behind you now in Anazet. From this point on, only you will decide which road you will take. This is the journey you prepared for your entire childhood. Ahead of you lie many years in the capital, years that will determine your fate and your place in society. Ah, I see. Okay. These are your personal qualities in adulthood, which you will use for the rest of your life. They are the sum of qualities gained. Oh, got you. Got you. Okay. I'm just going to give you the thumbs up because right now you're the only one in. These are the personal qualities in adulthood, which you will use for the rest of your life. They are the sum of the qualities you have gained in childhood. These are your personal qualities in adulthood, which you will use for the rest of your life. They are the sum of your qualities that you've gained in childhood and adolescence. For most skill checks, you'll need a value between 10 and 16. Values 17 through 19 are required for rare and especially difficult choices. The maximum value of 20 only gives you a chance for one extraordinary deed. Which I'm at an 8. Great! Great. I hope I can influence that higher in the next few years to come. These are your personal qualities in adulthood, which you will use for the rest of your life. Oh, right. I already read that. Yeah. So, great. This is a 5. Your ability to influence people by way of deception and trickery and use them to achieve your goals. Most important to the conspirator. I'm not really playing a conspirator. Most important to the judge. Oh. Well, fuck. What? Perception and spirituality. Neophyte. The proficiency with sacred text, comprehension of the divine law, and the ability to construct and defend your own interpretation of the faith. Most important to the Inquisitor. If you max your diplomacy. What? This one? Oh yeah, master diplomat. Most important to the judge, yeah. Could you run for king? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. Ooh, look at this. Nobility and determination come together for 12 for a mediocre fighter, which is only 1 point away from a seasoned warrior. Most important to the judge. Your capabilities as a warrior, strength in battles and duels. It affects your ability to fight and command troops. Ooh. Scheming. Your talent for inciting riots, organizing ambushes, and plotting murders, assaults, and sabotage determines the success of your criminal undertakings. Ooh, I can be a criminal. King Wes and King Bob 5. King Wesley. These are your personal qualities. Oh, wait, I keep reading that. Ugh. I got you, buddy. Don't worry. Look, what's 11? Clear speech. Oh, okay. Oh. My ability to instill faith and to guide and lead people with my speeches is really good. Okay. So I'm kind of really good at sword fighting and really good at speeches. Path of the Lotless. This I really like. You remain in the common estate with no choice but to fend for yourself and make your own way in the world. Remain a commoner. I don't want to remain a commoner. Oh, okay. Path of the Priest. Have really high eloquence. I can enroll in the seminary, hoping to become a priest and assume the lot of the clergy. I don't like that one. Plot of the Nobleman. Have high valor, which I do have. I need to enroll in the college. Like your father and grandfather, you enroll in the Imperial College, hoping to become a judge and a nobleman of the mantle. Or I could experience my true death. Oh my god. You can experience your true death already. You're only just 16. And you can experience your true death already. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh dear. I don't want that. I don't want to fail to protect the lotless. I like this one, but I have to have really high manipulation to outwit Philippe. Bond of friendship. Thomas Guerrero. Swear an oath to Thomas. Or take the path of the nobleman. I'm going to do both. Probably. Path of the priest. You side with the new faith and support the transformation of the church. I wouldn't mind doing this, though. Of course you're good with a sword, because you Sandevistan user. Oh shit, there's so much here. Okay. Shield of the old faith. You side with the old faith and seek to defend its foundations. No, I'd rather side with the new faith. Victory in the tournament, the path of the nobleman. Fight for your father, the fencing lesson, and have high valor. You prevail over every opponent in the Imperial College tournament. I'd like to do the Imperial College part, but I'm worried it's going to lock me out of this new faith thing, and I'd like to push for the new faith. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes. Alice's rescue. You saved the enigmatic singer known as the Golden Voice from an untimely death. I feel like that's gonna cause my death. Okay. So I have to remember to work on getting my manipulation up. Very important. But also important for me to get my valor up. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. Let's see how badly I fuck this chapter of my life up. It takes a whole month to reach Eterna. You and Thomas spend days wagging your chins and staring at the scenery as your carriage makes its way along the road and towards the next province. Soon it crosses from the familiar barren arid lands of Magra to the stately mountains of Illyria. During one of your many stays at a roadside inn, the two of you even managed to share a whole bottle of strong wine and keep it a secret from the servant who drives the carriage. Adult life feels positively intoxicating. Soon, I tell you, soon we'll be there, and I'll earn my sword as soon as I'm accepted into the military academy, you'll see. And then nobody's gonna walk all over me like I'm some commoner. You keep rehearsing everything they taught you in school. Soon you're almost at the end of your long journey. You've left behind the arid rocks of Magra, the mountains of Illyria, and the flooded meadows of Archnia. Eternia, the capital, is right ahead of you. Situated at the junction between Reglata and the Tullerina rivers, the city is vast. 3 majestic stone bridges keep its 3 shores interconnected. Smooth stone paves the main city streets. Gilded moldings decorate the buildings. Towering pillars reach high into the sky. Your carriage takes you past a spacious park with marble fountains and intricately trimmed bushes. The streets you see ornately decorated. See, this keeps blinking and I don't know how to make it not blink anymore. Like, is there something to it? It's just shining. Should I click things? Do things need to be clicked? Okay, please stop shining. Right. This carriage comes to a halt on a large city square with a towering marble fountain. The coachman says you've arrived. Thomas is to apply to the military academy. The academy barracks are 2 streets away. Your lodging house is in the alleyway nearby. A room has already been reserved for you. You get out onto the street and say brief goodbyes to each other. Promise to meet again after the entrance exams, and your friend disappears into the crowd. You are left to your own devices in the vast city. You're left to your own devices in the vast city. A group of nobles walk past. They are dressed in well-fitted clothing decorated with gems and golden thread, and you're not even noticed. Street urchins chase a dog along the alleyway. Soldiers of the Imperial Legion marching in fives and drums towards the barracks. Humble pilgrims are gathering to the great temple of the twins. There are sounds of music and fountains and the smells of baked bread and garbage drains. You quickly check out the lodging house, then go back outside. The sun's setting, the streetlights come to life. Merry music fills the taverns. Couples and nobles, coaches with tinted windows fill the streets. Shadows and hushed voices and laughter fill the parks. You're alone in the city, so vast and unfamiliar. You take a look around, determined to fill your worst nightmare. Your first night in the capital city with memories. You see young nobles gathered by the fountain, talking and making jokes excitedly. One of them keeps glancing at the clock tower. They're about your age. Their clothes are hand-tailored, and two of them bear noble swords. They seem to be waiting for something. It might be a good idea to make their acquaintance. It would be most helpful to develop familiarity with the influential nobles of the capital. Loud music from a large establishment on the corner distracts you for a moment. The servants have just opened the shutters to air out the hall. It seems there will be a gathering inside. People from various estates greet each other as they take their seats. A servant by the door of the establishment hails you, Sir Gert Arkwright. It will be making a speech about the rights of the common estate. If you wish to listen, you'd better get inside quickly. Then you look at the great temple of the twins at the far end of the street. The pillar shines in the evening dusk above it. The temple gates are open and worshippers are flocking inside. There are too many people for an ordinary service. This must be something important. What do they preach here in the capital? And what do they say of the new faith and the teachings of the patriarch Otis? You snap out of your reverie when you hear loud laughter. A group of young men dressed in the colors of the Imperial College have made the acquaintance of several lovely girls. They're making their way down the road united by merriment. One of the girls smiles at you. It's an invitation to join them. They turn the corner and walk away, but you can still hear their voices ringing and echoing through the street. A night of revelry and jolly. Loud fun doesn't sound half bad. Boy, there's so many options. No matter what you choose, you'll remember it for a long time to come. Okay. So, being the noble use is more diplomacy and more manipulation, okay? Both of which I desperately need. Listen to Arkwright's speech. More eloquence and more manipulation, okay? Theology and eloquence, and this is just willpower, okay? I'm gonna go with meeting the noble youths. I need diplomacy and manipulation. It beats two of my most desperate needs. You approach the young nobles and introduce yourself tactfully. Your father, a judge, has sent you here to study, you explain. Would they mind showing you around the capital? The noble eyes you uncertainly and whisper to each other. You prepare to face their rejection, but to your surprise, they agree. When the clock tower strikes 8, your new acquaintances proceed to a rich house not too far away. Candlelight fills the halls before they're reflected in abundance mirrors and gilded picture frames. Manservants bring drinks and refreshments to every guest. There are the sounds of music and laughter and small talk. Here, there you see couples dancing to the music. It appears you have made it to a small noble party. The nobles are gathered in groups and you take the time to get introduced to each of them and join in their small talk. Some discuss the studies of the college while others relay fresh gossip. Have you heard the Milonitis carriages was seen in the city the other day? You mentioned how you once encountered Octavia Milonitis' daughter and the heiress to the Archduke of Magra at a square in Anazet. The words draw a small crowd. The Milonitis dynasty rarely, if ever, visits Eternia. I say it's the only house that can stand its ground against the Imperial Tempest dynasty. One young man even allows himself a little joke. They say the great Archnean houses turn to a Milonitis only when a Tempest needs to be refused. After all, only the Milonitis dynasty still knows how to say no. But there's more. It turns out all humans owe the Milonitis dynasty for their foray into nobility. Shar Milonitis was the Archnean who opened the first college, and its graduates were the first to be ennobled by the mantle. To feed and nourish the barren land, the Dukes of Magra took to industry and began adopting innovative industrial and social practices. The dynasty's motto is remembrance and majesty, but strife and change would suit them better. The nobles start discussing the other great Archnean dynasties. The Temple dynasty is the first of the first, naturally. Marked by the twins anointed to rule, all temples are known for their sincerity, often bordering on a volatile temper, yet it is their very passion that has led them throughout history. The Tempests have been chosen by the gods to rule the empire. The Diamant dynasty are the main supporters of the emperor's family. Honor personified, the Diamants preside at the Archnean courts of honor that remain throughout the empire in spite of the public taboo. These courts hold more sway over the laws and lives of nobility than imperial edicts or prefectural authorities. Some mention Patriarch Junius Diamant, the black sheep of his own dynasty. He preaches the new faith that rejects the lots and stirs the minds of the common folk. The Orgriff dynasty is another noble bloodline favored by the emperor. They zealously advocate the twins' faith and see the Empire as the union between heaven and earth. Every year, the Orgriffs donate enough funds to build new temples across the palace. The monitor, god damn, I hate politics, and that's all this is. And I'm so, the game is fine. I'm bored to tears by the politics of this. I hate politics. It's so boring. So boring. The Montague dynasty is an ancient controversial name. The Monrogues often speak in favor of removing humans from nobility, restoring nobility as a solely Arknian privilege, and returning all human-manned offices in the Empire to Arknians. Many Gospers accuse the Monrogues of plotting against the rule of the Tempest to bring back the old Arknian Republic and the joint rule of the great Arknian dynasties as it existed long before the Emperors first came to be. The discussion of courtly affairs in noble dynasties soon gives way to culture and entertainment. Expensive wine flows like water. You too ask a couple noble ladies to dance and show your skill. You return to your lodging room in the small hours of the night with just enough strength left to undress before your aching head and feet make you collapse. For the first time in your life, you have mingled with a noble crowd of your own without your family's aid. Ah, God. I like this game, but man, are politics boring. Oh. You've spent the last 3 days studying books, but today you decide to take a walk through the streets of Eternia. They're full of life as usual. You proceed to the square next to the lodging house. The procession of priests walk through the square, and you notice one of them holds a banner of the new faith, an open book. This is the same banner that was behind Patriarch Fotis on the day of his assassination. A crowd immediately gathers around them. Many people are looking at an icon painting on a small pedestal depicting a gray-haired man with glowing green eyes. You recognize the face of the late Patriarch Fotis. A man with a thick beard appears by the icon painting. His broad shoulders bear a white and gold cloak with the coat of arms in his capital province embroidered on it. He is Luke, Patriarch of Arknia. He casts his stern gaze over the crowd. I speak to all who live within the sight of the Shining Pillar. Exactly 1 year ago, we lost Fotis, Patriarch of the Magra province, mentor of the new faith. Patriarch Fotis was the first to see the books of Ascites for nothing but the words of a man, not the words of the twins themselves. He was the first to tell people to seek the path to the gods in their own hearts, instead of blindly following the lots, to seek answers in the lives of the twins and their own hearts rather than the words of priest. Through Patriarch Fotis, we are able to see the truth. Through his death, we saw that his words were not heresy. They are the truth that used to be obscured by Ascetius' lies. And now I bring good news. Patriarch Junius Diamant has seen to it that our teacher will be canonized as a saint. Yes, Junius Diamant, an Arknian from a great dynasty and the Patriarch of Astinia, has joined the new faith himself. And through this we hope that the entire empire will soon see that our doctrine is the truth. We are free from the shackles of the lots, and we are equal before the twins. With each day, more and more people hearken to the truth. And one day the entire empire will hear our call. Let us pray, brothers. The believers around you bow their heads in prayer and thank the twins, not for the lot they were given, as they usually would, but for the chance to choose their own path. As I so wholly defend. The Patriarch's sermon is inspiring, compels your hands to meet in a sign of prayer, compels your lips to repeat the words of the new faith, and Patriarch Luke's sermon forms a cadence and your heart beats in time with it now. You recall the murder of Patriarch Fotis a year ago. It seems more patriarchs share his doctrine now. News of Junius Diamant joining the new faith is stunning. If an Arknian from a great dynasty has sided with Fotis' doctrine and agreed to see everyone as equals under the twins, the new faith must truly be putting down roots. But suddenly several figures appear from the podium, figures clad in black with glinting silver on their sides. Inquisitors! They push through the crowd and form a circle around Patriarch Luke. One of these priests rises before the crowd. He's clean-shaven, tall, with a chiseled features. Everyone falls silent at the sight of him. The Inquisitor speaks with a booming voice that can be heard by all. I am Father Ulrich. In the names of the twins and by my right as an Inquisitor, I order you to turn around and leave. The words you're hearing are full of lies. Patriarch Luke has set out to poison your hearts and minds, and the Inquisition will not allow this heresy to spread. The only true path in life is the will of the twins. Life offers us no other choice. You are hereby ordered to disperse at once. Most people leave the square immediately. Few want to get involved with the Inquisition, and some people stay, however. And some even shout angrily, "We want to listen to Luke. He is the Patriarch of Agnia, and he has more to say. Get away from our sermon, old believers. We will not listen to you and your hoary old lies from the lots." Inquisitors, bring those who may yet listen back to their lots and leave the others to the champions of the faith. The black-clad Inquisitors descend from the podium and approach the people who chose to stay with nothing but their words. They make people stop shouting and start listening. The uproar ceases quickly. They have dissected the crowd, split it in smaller groups that surrounded each Inquisitor. One of these Inquisitors chooses to approach you. He is a humble-looking man with the age of a rough haircut. He is a humble-looking man of age with a rough haircut. He looks you straight in the eyes as his lively, soulful voice forces you to listen to his words despite yourself. My name is Father Jeremiah. I know your thoughts were stirred by the Patriarch's words, but you are not sure whom to trust. But I teach at the seminary. I've been studying the teachings of the twins my entire life, and you can trust me. I know you can hear what I have to say. I see their light in your eyes, the light of the true faith. Will you listen to my counsel, my son? You feel no malice in the words of the Inquisitor Jeremiah, only hope. It is his lot to aid you, to guide you from error, and set you on the path of true faith. He is a priest, so he should know the truth. Or perhaps the Inquisitor himself is in the wrong. I like resist him. Theology. I don't care that much for the theology, do I? What is expected for this? Atlas. Remain a commoner. I don't want to remain a commoner. Enroll in the seminary. I don't care for that. And I can experience my true death. That's not going to happen. I'm going to need high manipulation. But other than high manipulation, I think I'm pretty much set with everything else that I want to focus on, except for this. I'm not choosing the path of the priest. I'm going to choose the path of a nobleman, but it's going to be probably of a violent nobleman. I don't know if I should choose the path of a nobleman, actually. Maybe I should choose the path of a priest. I'll choose the path of a nobleman. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, for the time being, what's really important to me is making sure I get my diplomacy higher. Strike a pose of authority, and I, Father Jeremiah Sharp. Inquisitors do not order people around. It is not within the lot of the clergy. Only nobles give orders, such as myself. The other commoners look at you in terror. You have just defied an Inquisitor. However, Father Jeremiah looks at you without any of the anger you had expected. My son, your words do indeed contain a germ of truth. I am an Inquisitor of the clergy, and by the will of the twins cannot give you any orders. But know this. The Inquisition does not imprison everyone suspected of heresy. We exist to protect souls, to guide and save them. We pursue dangerous doctrines and seek to rescue every soul we meet. Arrest or execution is the last resort, reserved only for sinners beyond redemption. You see that I am merely speaking to you now. I have not resorted to force, nor am I giving you any orders. But if the need arises, I will summon the champion of faith, nobles who will be there to give orders and punish those who defy the church. But as long as you are not calling for the overthrow of faith, you are not safe. You are safe from them. And as you said, it is not within my lot to give you orders. You are free to go, but expect no mercy in the hereafter, for after we die, there will be none. With a bitter smile, the Inquisitor leaves you and proceeds further. You can leave the square freely, your dignity preserved. The remaining people in the square continue arguing with the other Inquisitors. Armed champions of faith stand nearby, but they do not intervene. Luke and his retinue can no longer be seen. Only one thing keeps nagging at you, Father Jeremiah's words about how there will be no mercy in the hereafter. Patriarch Luke's sermons have converted many commoners of the nobles and mantles of the new faith. There are now several temples in eternity that follow the new canons with Luke's blessing. This has led no small amount of anger amongst followers of the old faith. Two mighty bishops of the church lead the new faith. One of them is Luke, the Patriarch of Archaea himself. Spiritual mentor of the capital province, he reaches all across Archaea, his every sermon adding to the new faith's flock. The other leader of the new faith is Patriarch Junus Diamond, hailing from a great Archaean dynasty. He is the de facto ruler of the Astynia province. Adored by his subjects, he has founded the Holy Order Nu. Junius Diamond rarely preaches, but people believe the Astynian Patriarch attends to the needs of all who convert to the new faith. The schism within the church is growing. The split has furthered the divide between the commoners and the nobles, though thankfully there has been no direct conflict as of yet. But it has become clear there is no way to stop the steady advance of the new faith born from the death of Patriarch Photis. It grows stronger by the day. Ooh. I mean, there's nothing I can do about this personally. The next few weeks pass by in hard work and preparation for the coming entrance exam at the Imperial College. You grow more and more exhausted with each passing day, so much so that one night you fall asleep while studying another book. When you finally come to, you decide it's high time to get some recreation outside. The city of Eternia amazes you as you stroll through its splendid streets. It is another night, a different night, yet the city is beautiful still. The shining pillar is a slice of light against the dark night sky. The lamps on the facades of the buildings are lit. The night descends on the capital. Well, that's really cool. You don't feel like going back to your books tonight. Recently, you made the acquaintance of several young men there. The children were nobles of the mantle just like you. Sent to the capital to earn their noble titles at the college, you decide to seek them out. Your new friends are having a late dinner at the next street over, loudly discussing their plans for the night. Some speak eagerly of a dueling club where you can see the most skilled and ardent duelers in the Empire doing what they do best. You've never seen professional duelers fight. It must be far more exciting than Father's fencing lessons or the fight at the ruins in Anazet. And if luck favors you, perhaps you could make useful contacts among the noble families in the capital. That sounds kind of good. The others try to convince the rest to take a trip to a certain secret salon. The establishment is expecting a guest tonight. They say a young lady who speaks about the true state of affairs in the Empire. There are many questions about the nature of the place and the identity of the mysterious speaker, but the young men only have one question. They are forbidden to speak about this outside the club. However, they can take you there as long as you aren't afraid to learn of a dangerous truth. There are others still drinking their fill of wine rather than eating. Fencing, they say. Speech is nonsense. The place you ought to go tonight is the Markian Society, a gathering for those of common estate but uncommon opinions that offers pleasure for everyone. Pleasures of the palate, pleasures of drink, pleasures of the flesh. If this is not heresy and a crime, perhaps. And yet some of your newfound friends are eager to go there. You weigh your options. Let's see. Theology. Nah. Scheming I like. The dueling club ups my valor. I think I need only one more point in scheming to up it to the next level, don't I? 10 turns me to conspirator? Yeah, I'm gonna take that bet. Just in case. Because my valor, going up another point in valor, would actually make me a seasoned warrior. I'll go to the dueling club. You march down the street towards the dueling club, which is located in the manor house, decorated rather modestly on the outside but lavishly on the inside. One of the newfound friends nods to the servant. They let you in. The rooms are stuffy, noisy, and filled with tobacco smoke. The sitting room is enormous. In the center is an arena, a circle with wooden railings. 2 young nobles are fighting there already. You take a glass of wine from a servant and watch the fight from one of the many soft chairs. You cannot bear a sword yet, but nobody says you cannot watch. As soon as a dueler is wounded, the fight ends, but the way they fight still makes the audience gasp and scream in awe. When a dueler is too slow to dodge, the duel ends with a bright red line cut through his sweat-soaked white shirt. The thin fencing swords cut through the air so quickly you only see glints of flashing steel like light from a storm. You do your best to remember all the feints and tricks you see tonight. They will come in handy when you earn your own sword. But then a tall young Archnean enters the room, and he barges in from behind you and leaps into the arena between the two fencers, thus ending the duel. He bears a coat of arms with a griffin. This Archnean hails from the great dynasty of Orgriff. The Archnean's voice booms as he challenges everyone in the audience to a duel. He sneers smugly. If you consider yourself nobles, then how about you face an Archnean lord in honorable combat? No one moves. No one dares to step forth. A duel with an Archnean is suicide, especially if the Archnean hails from one of the great dynasties. Such a duel will end with a lesser death at best, or with a true death through a trial and execution at worst. Everyone knows the punishment for spilling blue blood, and so everyone remains silent. The Archnean grins. So humans are cowards, he says. You'll never be true nobles if you are never ready to risk a lesser death. Then Archnean honor and tradition is not for you, and war is not your domain either. For human nobles are but a mockery, a gathering of animals dressed to resemble higher beings. A man leaps onto the arena. He is tall as a tree. His pockmarked face is white with rage and covered in scars. There are whispers of reverence in the audience. This is Martha Ferrasti, the owner of the club. Marth Ferrasti. He has accepted the challenge for the honor of all human nobles. He has yearned to fight an Archnean all his life, and now is his chance. The duelers salute each other, and Sir Ferrasti begins the attack. A lunge, a jab, another, and another. The young Archnean deflects each attack like he knows his opponent's every move. Sir Ferasti's eyes twitch with tension. The owner of the club lunges again, but the Archnean deflects his sword and rips the weapon out of the human's hands. Marth Ferrasti looks at the Archnean in confusion, then bows his head in recognition of his defeat. The Orgriff youth flashes a proud, superior grin. His fencing sword lifts the sleeve of his defeated opponent. It bears 3 black marks of lesser death. And now the young Archnean's eyes, Sir Ferrasti serves Ferrasti with mockery of sadness and compassion. Why, it appears the poor, overeager ex-commoner is on his last life. Ferrasti shudders. He asks the Orgriff youth to be so kind as to spare his life. Nobleman to a nobleman. The Archnean face grows dark and grim. His sword stabs deep into Ferasti's chest, and the Orgriff youth speaks loud enough for everyone to hear. He is the only noble in this hall, and everyone who saw this must forget the dueling club ever existed and leave this place never to return. The nobles scowl, dress reluctantly, and leave with quiet resentment. No one dares to defy the Archnean openly. The noble gathering disperses outside. You return to your lodging house lost in thought. Archneans stand far above humans. They do not care if you're a commoner or a high-ranking noble. In their eyes, you're a human. It seems there is nothing that can readily oppose Archnean power. They are the masters of this world, and humans are pale reflections of them at best, except for magic wielders. The trip to the dueling club ended on a grim note, but you learned a lot from watching Eternia's best duelers in action. You recall their lunges and blocks before you sleep, rather than the master of the dueling club being murdered in cold blood. Permanently, too. That was his true death. He is done. That was his true death. You're on your way to the largest library in Eternia to study for your entrance exams. It's right next to the college. The streets are full of people. Everybody's excited, and you hesitate for a few seconds, and then let your curiosity get the better of you and head towards the place where you will soon study. Before long, you hear shouting. The great chancellor is about to give a speech. You cannot possibly miss this. You mix with the crowd and soon find a convenient place to listen and watch. One of the steps to the college, you see a small tribune guarded by 2 Archneans armed with swords. This is the first time you've ever seen an Archnean standing guard, let alone 2 of them. The doors of the college open to reveal a stately Archnean surrounded by an honor guard. It is he, Cornelius Tempest, great chancellor of the empire, younger brother to the emperor himself. He heads for the tribune and casts a look over the square. It is full of people in awe and utter silence. I, Cornelius Tempest, long ago humans witnessed the Archeans' arrival. The 2 nations built the empire side by side. Provinces joined us one by one, and Magro was the final province to attain absolute might and majesty of the blessed Archean Empire. There was another great event long before that, 1,000 years ago. The twins had graced us with their presence. That was 1,000 years ago. I was alive for that. I know exactly what happened. I was here for it. I am not the human you see before you, but actually a 1,000-year-old lizard man. With their arrival, the twins granted us their will. They showed us their love and their law, and they grant us knowledge of what awaits us in the hereafter. They chose the dynasty of Tempest to rule the empire, and from that day forth our dynasty has ruled this land, ordained by the gods themselves. However, it is our duty to the twins not to seek power for power's sake, but rather to lead the empire to a further prosperity. And so the Great Imperial Council is soon to review and adopt a new set of laws called the Creed. Under the Creed, all estates will be granted rights. Under the Creed, there will be one law for all Imperial citizens to obey, human or Arcnean, from the lowliest commoner to the Emperor himself. The strife among the estates will end, and a single law will resolve all of our quarrels. Glory to the Empire! The great chancellor throws his arms into the air. The crowd murmurs and applauds in approval, and Cornelius Tempest casts another look at the crowd and leaves. The crowd disperses. The sound of agitated discussion is everywhere. And is it true that the Emperor's dynasty seeks to grant equal rights to all the states? What will happen to the Empire then? Ooh. It is early morning, and you have been awake since sunrise. There's a knock at the door. A letter from home? A hotel servant? Hello, Brante. Before you stands Sophia, the girl who used to live next door. She is all grown up and looks so different. You would always recognize those blue eyes, no matter what. You gesture for her to come in. Sophia enters the room, glances around, and sits in an armchair. You eye the girl you used to know as you sit across from her, but the young woman you see now has little in common with the girl you used to know. There is cold steel in the way she looks at things. Her hair is cut short. What is she doing here? I can explain. I've been living in Eternia for a long time now, ever since I ran from Anazet. I heard the other day that you'd left for the capital to get to college, so I found you, and here I am. You ask how Sophia learned about your arrival and where you were staying, but answers your questions with an enigmatic smile. We'll get to that later. Right now, I wanted to see how much you've changed since we last saw each other. As for me, I've changed a lot. I'm a whole different person now. You look away as you recall your previous encounters back when Sophia ran away from her Arcnean master. Oh my god, that feels better. Would you like to know what happened next? I traveled through the entire empire all alone. I had nothing. My journey ended when I reached this place, the capital, and its all-important people and events. This is the heart of the empire. It's a place where I can make a difference. I've made friends here, found people I can truly call family. I've even gotten an education of sorts. And I have a purpose now. I fight against injustice. I fight against the lots, and I fight those who treat our lives like mud on the pavement. And no, I'm not afraid to tell you that I came to you for a good reason. I need help. I know you. I have faith in your good heart. And besides, this is all about the Imperial College you want to enroll in. There is a scholar there by the name of Bartholomew Dextra. He teaches natural science at the college. Dextra is an old man, but he's quite progressive. He'll stop at nothing to advance science and acquire new knowledge. As you know, only second-generation nobles or above are allowed to teach at the college, but Dextra, he's a commoner. He forged his patent of nobility to get a position at the college. Oh, but the secret chancellery recently learned of this. Dextra is about to face true death for this forgery, but how is this justice? A man wants to teach people, and for this they're going to take all his lives? They're going to punish him for the crime of being born in the wrong estate? It's evil and obscene, and I will not stand for it. Dextra deserves to be rescued. But I don't want to put anyone in danger, so I need your help. You're from a rich family. You're almost a noble. If you help me get Dextra out of the city, nobody will suspect anything. No one will know, and the scholar will live on to continue his research elsewhere, far away from the secret chancellery. Will you help me? You feel perplexed by Sophia's sudden request. She's asking you to break imperial law and undermine the work of the secret chancellery. Rescuing Dextra will be an adventure, but it will also be incredibly dangerous. And besides, Dextra is a fake noble. He resorted to lies and deceit to get his current position. How does this matter to you? Sweet. You turn Sophia over to Auden. Oh, this was if you turned her over to Aton. You turned Sophia over to Aton. If you help her now, it will make up for what you did to her. But I didn't turn her over to Aton, so I don't have to assuage my guilt to her. I have no reason to assuage my guilt to her. So I can refuse and gain valor and diplomacy. Great. Both things I really need. But she will also be sad. But she'll be sad with me. Or I can help her and get scheming and valor up. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do it. You promised to help Sophia. We're going to be playing... Oh, I also forgot. We're going to be playing Red Dead Redemption 2 starting Tuesday, by the way, guys. Starting Tuesday, we're doing Red Dead Redemption 2, finally. You promised to help Sophia. Bartholomew Dexter does not deserve this. He has to leave the capital, and she can count on you. I knew I could count on you. Then we must act at once. There's no time to waste. Dexter is to be arrested tomorrow. Here's his address. Go as soon as the sun sets. No one will suspect you. Dexter often tutors young men in the college entrance exams. Tell him the owl sent you. Use the back door to get out. Carriage will drive you up to the backyard. The teacher will hoot like an owl. Why do you need me? He'll take you to the south gate. If the guards stop the carriage, just talk your way out of it. Once you're outside the city, Dexter will ride away in a different carriage. You'll go back the way you came. I'll meet you in the Majesty Square. You're about to go against the secret chancellor. You're going to help someone escape punishment. To defy your own lot like this, it's unthinkable. When the sun sets, you'll leave the lodging house and walk quickly, glancing over your shoulder repeatedly. Bartholomew Dexter's house must be somewhere around here. A genteel old man opens the door. His face is covered in wrinkles. His shoulders are stooped, and yet his eyes are sharp and lively. Bartholomew Dexter looks at you for a moment, then asks why you paid him a visit. Tell him that you want to enroll in the college and look for a tutor. Dexter nods and invites you inside. Once you make sure no one else can see or hear you, whisper to the scholar about the real reason for your visit. The secret chancellor will be coming for him tomorrow, and he has to leave now to escape true death. Dexter freezes and turns to you. How do you know about him and the secret chancellery? You tell him that the owl sent you and has provided for his escape. As for the secret chancellery, that you want him forging a path for nobility. He's wanted, whatever. Blech. Okay. You watch him distractedly and notice that he lives in a rather austere fashion. It does not take him long to pack. Hear the quiet clacking of hooves in the courtyard. Carefully, you and Dexter proceed to the backyard of the building. You see a carriage there. The driver hoots quietly. You get in. The carriage rolls down the road. There is a tense silence in the closed-off space inside the carriage. The scholar wrings his hands anxiously. Through the carriage windows, you see the massive city gate passing by. You are almost outside, and then the loud whispers, "Halt!" Driver obediently halts the carriage, and the city gendarmes approach. You leave the carriage to face the gendarmes before they can get a peek inside the carriage. They look you over and ask where you're going so late at night. You tell them you are the son of a judge in Magra and here to enroll in the college, and right now you wish to visit the estate of a newfound friend. To convince them furthermore, you mention the name of a noble son you become friendly with. The gendarmes release the carriage and wish you a pleasant trip. You drive along the high road until you encounter a peasant wagon. Dexter will take it to seek refuge far away from the capital. Before the two of you part ways, he pats you on the shoulder and tells you that you've done a brave deed. You return to the city without incident. You find Sophia in Majesty Square as agreed, sitting on a bench by a streetlight reading a book of some sort. She closes the book when she sees you and offers you her hand. Then we've earned ourselves a bit of free time. You set off on a walk through the maze of narrow back streets, and finally you have some time for questions. What happened to Sophia over the last few years? Is that revolutionary? You see what I can do. I'm not just a girl. The Inquisition caught up with me when I ran away from Anazet. I ended up in the House of Humility, a dreadful place. I got collared. You know how it feels to lose your free will, losing everything that makes you you? She unclasps the tall shirt collar that had been hiding her neck all this time, and you see the round mark from the anti-magic collar. They say a scar like this will remain even after a lesser death, but I got lucky. Patriarch Junus Daimon saved me. Daimon took me and the other mages from the House of Humility and removed our collars. He made me one of his attendants, and he taught me that there are no lots. He taught me that I'm like this, not because I'm a freak, but because it's my nature. He told me that I can find a path to the twins like anyone else. And then I was taken. I got out on my own. I found my own lot to protect. but to protect the common people from the noble yoke, to help people who are as unlucky as I am, to fight for a different world, a world where everybody has equal rights, a world where mages don't get robbed of their will just because of one aspect of their birth, a world where the nobles no longer tread upon the commoners. This is our dream, but we are still so far from it. I'll keep moving towards it and stop at nothing. A strange, distorted expression appears on Sophia's face, but she quickly returns to normal. You keep walking until you are at the lodging house again. For a moment, you stand there looking at each other, and then Sophia embraces you. For a moment, she still remains in your arms and whispers, "You should. If we work together, one day we'll become a force to be reckoned with. I know you came here to find your way, but I'll never believe you really want to bind yourself to other people's laws and desires for the rest of your life. The path I walk is dangerous. It's almost hopeless, but it's worth living for. Think about it." Then she withdraws just as quickly and disappears into the dark streets of Eterna. You make your way to your room, exhausted by the events of the day. Was this really just a single day in your life?
I will never forget that day. For it was then that I chose the path I would walk for the rest of my life.
And here it is, right, the choice. There are only a few days left until the Imperial College entrance exam. History, law, theology. You spend all day reading and rereading the books you brought with you, staying at the library of Eterna for hours, sometimes until it closes. As the day of the exam approaches, your hands start shaking more and more. A clear sky hangs over Eterna today. The breeze is warm. You dress in your best outfit, a gray jacket and velvet lit trousers. You comb your hair carefully and polish your boots until they shine. You leave the lodging house and head for the Imperial College. Your legs grow heavier with each step. Your anxiety at the fact that your fate will be decided today is virtually terrifying. The college is a majestic building that looks not unlike a castle. On the square in front of people, you can already see several dozen people, young men, sons of nobles on the mantle like you, waiting for the college doors to open. Time slows to a crawl. As the doors open, and a stately man dressed in a professor's mantle appears at the entrance, and he is into the college. Students to be false, silent as the dean gets ready to deliver his welcome speech, but the silence is interrupted by heavy footsteps of clanking armor. A squadron of warriors emerge from the college led by Arcanian officers. Their banners bear an image of golden grains, the militia of Monia province. Nobles of Monia form a circle around the college, each warrior moving quietly and precisely until a chain is formed. One of the Arcanians is clad in an old-fashioned suit of armor. He's the leader of the militia. He locks the bar of the massive doors of the college in place and proceeds to the stairs to address the crowd loudly. Commoners, before you stands Agarius of the Monroe dynasty, Archduke of Monia. By my will, the college is hereby closed and today's entrance exam is cancelled. Your lowly origins make you unfit for the great honor of rendering service to the Empire, a right that ought to be available only to the hereditary nobles of the sword. The college's reputation has been tarnished. Its breed mocks nobles who bear not a trace of noble blood. You belong in the lowly estate but have forgotten your place. Cornelius Tempus and other traitors of the Empire are indulging you in defacing the institution of nobility for your lowly interest. A noble lot for those of lowly birth. How can this be? I will not stand for this disintegration of the Imperial Order. Now turn away from the college this instant and return to the humble trades of your ancestors. Plow your fields, mend your boots, and work and suffer by your lot. And if any of you dares to set foot upon these stairs, you'll be killed at once. The students to be met this speech with a stunned silence. The crowd in the square is growing. However, the news of the Monian noble militia and the college closing spreads through the streets like wildfire. More humans join the crowd. College students, commoners, nobles, officials who work hard to be enrolled. Unrest grows around you. You hear people calling to rush Archduke Monroe's forces to take control of the college and defend your right to become noble. The Emperor himself gives us this right. We have to fight for it. This is a decisive moment for all of you. The old gentry has challenged you. Will you accept this challenge? In the face of this shameful illegal act by the Archduke forces, you may prove all of you deserve the noble lot. You will need to break through the cordon, get inside the college, and take control of it. The nobles will never dare hurt you if your presence is strong enough. If you're ready to risk it all and fight for your right to nobility, you'll lead the charge. Wait, you will have to lead the charge. People keep coming to the square in the meantime, including students of the Teachers of the Divine Seminary. The lot of the clergy is to guide others to the right path. When the estate clashes, the priests are bound to intervene. Seminary teachers instruct their students to form a line between the noble militia and the outraged crowd. The priests begin telling the noble warriors and the righteous commoners to return to the preordained divine order, lest they provoke the wrath of the gods. The wrath of the gods, as the priests utter these words, the crowd around you disappears. A vision appears before your eyes. The empire is ablaze, and you see burning land steeped with pain and despair everywhere. You look, rivers overflowing to extinguish the burning world. You can tell that soil scorched by such fire will never bear fruit again. The God's given vision demands to be heard, demands to be prophesied to the world, but only a priest may speak to the twins and for the twins. You will keep it inside. Will you keep it inside, or will you step onto the path of the twin that the twins have revealed to you? Somebody shoves you in the back and you snap out of the vision. You return around to see a small but decisive troop of commoners moving quickly through the crowd. They are led by Sophia. As soon as she sees you, she signals them to stop. So you're here too, going to rush to college, are you? Can't you see it already? The laws cannot be trusted. They gave you the right to study here just to throw you a bone. When the going gets tough, the masters will take it away. It's time for you to decide. We are the lotless, and we are not putting up with the system any longer. We will fight for a new world. Are you coming with us, or are you going to submit to them? There are students and professors locked inside the college. Who knows how long Monroe will maintain this siege, and what if they start slaughtering people? Neither group of nobles will care what happens to them. We're going to go inside and pull them out. Come with us if you're ready to take control of your own destiny. The tension in the square is palpable, and the situation is about to implode. Students, commoners, and nobles of the mantle, followers of the new faith, all of them are gathering their forces to move on the wall of the soldiers. They expect the nobles to let them through en masse. Surely they won't start a massacre. The lawless, led by Sophia, prepared to break through the siege to rescue people in the college, and all the while the priests preach peace to both sides of the conflict. The college is your only way into nobility. Only you can fight for your new lot and fulfill your duty to your family. You could organize an offensive strong enough to get into the college and thus seize your lawful rights like a true nobleman. Yet the revelation about the wrath of the gods still pulses in your mind. Once revealed, this vision will take you on a different path. Standing with the priests and preaching what you have just seen, warning all of the dire danger of the path of warring estates, bringing the twins' word to the people and guiding them to salvation. Could this be your new lot? Sophia and the lotless, they expect you to join their struggle. They're waiting for you to cast off the old ways and eternal yoke of subservience. If you choose this path, you will not change your lot, and your suffering will continue, but your suffering might just change this world. Hey baby, what's up?
Leaving work now, so I give you a shout.
Okay.
I'm just gonna leave work. I gotta stop and drop off the thing, and then I'll be on my way home.
Okay. Not bad. Huh. Sorry, it's an interesting game and I've been presented with a choice that I wasn't really prepared for. Oh dear. Oh dear. For once in this game, I like all of these options. You know what? I'm gonna go with this one. I'm gonna preach my revelation. Hang on, baby. Let me read this out real quick. The will that guides you is now beyond your own. There is no point in resisting it. The twins speak through you now. You will follow the will of the twins. You must tell everyone how close they have brought themselves to the point of no return. You walk up the stone stairs, raise your hands, and start speaking loudly. Through the din of the mob, the clanging of steel, and the preaching of priests, your words still reach the ears of the people. There will be a dreadful fire in the city of the silver tree. In its flames, the ancient order will be lost forever. The god's wrath will be upon the empire, and the lands will be soaked with blood. Their judgment will come, followed by the death of all that lives. The last thing the world shall see will be the twins' faces shedding bloody tears for the beloved creation that has gone astray. Such is the world's fate. Yet it's not too late to change it. As you utter the last words of the revelation, you grow numb and rigid as the vision leaves you. There is a crowd around you now, and they heard your every word. They hear the twins speaking through you. Interesting. This game is good. Okay. Let me finish this chapter out. A hooded man dressed in a black cassock appears before you. He bears the silver seal of the Inquisition. He is accompanied by 2 warriors wearing heavy armor covered in sacred symbols. Seize this pretender. He dares to preach a defiance of his lot. They grab you by the wrists, gag you, and throw you in a dark carriage. It takes you to the Inquisition ward by the great Temple of the Twins. A week of silence. This is the Inquisition's punishment for laying claim to the lot of the clergy. You're locked in a tiny cell, a small room normally fit for prayers. The inhuman strength you've just felt is gone, and you are utterly exhausted. The next week is a blur. You lose track of day and night, of dream and vision of reality, and in those visions, with your eyes, you see this silver tree growing through the walls and floor and ceiling of the tiny prayer cell. But finally, the doors open and they take you outside. You face a thin priest with a shaved head and a piercing gaze. You recall his face, and he is the man who stopped Patriarch Luke's sermon. Good day to you, Brante. My name is Father Ulrich. Your penance is over, and it is a joy to see how you accepted it. Please understand that penance was for you as a commoner, for such prophecies of warning are the lot of the clergy. But I heard your words there in the square. The twins spoke to their servants through you. You came to the college seeking education and a noble title. Yes, its doors will open soon, in no small part due to the efforts of Cornelius Tempest, but that is not your path. What you saw, young Brante, was a revelation, and I can see why you had to preach even in defiance of your lot. But truly understanding the will of the gods is no simple task. It is something you must be taught to do. It's something you must be taught to do. The future is at the seminary, and I can see you are ready to become a priest. The gods themselves have chosen this path for you. I will keep a close eye on your progress, Edmonton Brante. You walk out of the Inquisition ward release. The great bell of the great temple rings, echoing over the capital, and you feel a great union with this sound. It resounds with you. It courses through you. It brings clarity of purpose. Before your mind reacts, your lips are already whispering a prayer. This is it. This is your path. And now I'm honestly wishing I'd chosen a different one. Now seeing it and how it's playing out, I wish I'd have chosen a different one. I'm honestly not even set to do theology or any of this. Just my eloquence is good. It sucks. I'm a lowborn seminarist. This is terrible. The Divine Seminary is right by the great temple. Its doors always open, and you enter those doors. The teachers will test you in several days. Before that day comes, you must live in a prayer cell at the seminary. When that day comes, they put you to the test. A priest examines you on your knowledge of the prayers, the works of the prophet Isaetus, and the signs of the Great Descent. In your response, you mention the silver tree in your hometown. You mention being at its very roots. The final question comes, what brings you here? The wish to see and understand the will and love and law of the twins, you reply. The priest nods as your words satisfied. You are now a student of the Divine Seminary, and this is now your new home and the place where you will prepare to receive your new lot. You will become a priest by the law of the Empire. You cannot inherit family property or titles. You're to carry the word of the twins into the world, and from this moment forth until true death takes you to the hereafter. I don't like this. This was terrible. I wish I hadn't chosen this. This is exactly what I didn't want to do. And I knew it was going to do that. But there was just something about it. The fact that I've seen magic in this world and that I'm actually getting a vision from the gods themselves, who I've met now twice with my true death, with my lesser deaths. But anyway, with that being said, I am going to... we saved automatically, and you will be able to continue from the last scene. Oh shit. I am going to go ahead and call it. Is anybody else who wants to enter the giveaway? Tell me now, because I am going to be calling it a day now and rolling the giveaway. Is there any...